Chapter 28-35. The sense of danger grew stronger, and Lu Bujing knew that he could no longer intimidate old monster Mo. Lu Bujing had no choice but to be shameless. The danger was coming from that direction. Lu Bujing suddenly looked in old monster Mo's direction. At the same time, Big Sis and the crazy director looked over as well. Old monster Mo appeared and he stared at Lu Bujing with a sinister smile. "Lu San, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" Lu Bujing's eyelids twitched. Really was him. This old bastard had survived until now. He gulped and raised his hand to cheer. "Brother Emoshang, you're still alive. That's great. You definitely have the strength of a 7 sky gods to survive from the above heaven sex era. I'll leave those true god guard captains to you. That guy over there, that black-skinned guy, and that big bug." Heavy Ghost raised his head and pointed at himself. "Me." He turned to look at old monster, comparable to a 7 sky gods? That's troublesome. The few of us can't do it. Old monster Mo sneered. "You're still so shameless. Will it work?" Lu Bujing was helpless as he did not know if it would work. He was betting that the Eternals would take the initiative to attack old monster Mo. He was betting that old monster Mo would not dare to openly help the Eternals, which would result in a 3-way battle instead of old monster Mo dealing with him alone. However, both Lu Bujing and old monster Mo had miscalculated something. The Eternals were very smart, which was why they had been able to destroy continent after continent in the above heaven sex era. They did not rely on absolute strength. Even during the above heaven sex era, the Eternals did not have absolute strength to threaten the above heaven sect. They relied on intelligence and caution. The captains of the Eternals did not believe Lu Bujing's words. They could tell that something was amiss, but no matter what, old monster Mo was an enemy. The Thousand Faces Bureau had immediately informed everyone of old monster Mo's identity. Regardless of whether or not old monster Mo would attack the above heaven sect, his existence would hinder the Eternals. At this point, the captains of the Eternals were indeed unable to deal with a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of heaven. Since that was the case, they had to choose the safest method. The Thousand Faces Bureau's members endured the pain brought by the crazy director, and divine power suddenly surged out of their bodies. At the same time, Ghost, Ju and Zhongpan's bodies. Some of the true god guard corpses that were fighting, while some of the corpses, of course, some did not. Streaks of red divine power converged upwards from all directions, forming a ring of red light that illuminated the entire outerverse. It brought about an intense sense of unease and strangeness. The red light shone on everyone's faces, illuminating their shock and fear. Even Luo Shan, who was far away on the Shenwu continent, was illuminated by the red light. At this moment, the brightest thing on the 5th mainland was the red light. It covered the entire 5th mainland, including the technocracy and the astral beast domains. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Regardless of whether they understood divine power or not, this power made everyone instinctively afraid. Old eccentric Mo clenched his fists. It was this sort of power again. This time there was far more divine power than back in the dark spacetime. Back then, it had only been the divine power of a single person in the game of 1,000 faces. This time, however, it had gathered the divine power of 4 true god guard captains and no less than 5 progenitor realm corpse kings. This divine power seemed to illuminate the path of death. When the divine power was completely gathered, it formed an existence similar to the sun. To the humans, it illuminated them, but to the 4 captains of the true god guards, it gave them a power so great that it was almost a metamorphosis. Streaks of light poured into the bodies of the 4 captains. The 4 captains began to transform and their auras skyrocketed. Wuxia and the others had solemn expressions. Big Sis' mouth twitched. "We're in big trouble." Elder Chan coughed up blood, and the crazy headmaster looked up at the divine power with a helpless expression. Qin Lu, Taixing Jun, Master Shan, and the rest of the progenitors felt the pressure of the divine power. At the foot of the stairway he ran despaired. How could this be? There were clearly so many extremely powerful corpse kings, so how could the divine power increase? The red light made her feel extremely uneasy and fearful. In the sect's main hall, Wang Wen curled up in a transparent coffin with his head buried in it. As long as he did not look, he would not be afraid. This was too terrifying. The Eternals were truly showing their might. Old eccentric Mo wanted to retreat as he did not want to resist the boundless divine power. He especially did not want to stand out at this time. If the 7 sky gods came, he would be in for a bad time. But before he left, he had to deal with Lu Bujing. He waved his hand and the darkness followed him like a shadow as it headed towards Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing cried out, "Emo Shang, if you dare to attack, I'll dare to face my tribulation." Old eccentric Emo sneered. "I'll cover you with divine power. Why don't you try to face your tribulation?" Lu Bujing was stunned. He had divine power above his head, and once he faced his tribulation, the progenitor's origin tribulation would probably drag the divine power along with him. If that happened, he would definitely be finished. That was the power of the only true God. Just thinking about it made him despair. At this time, the progenitor's origin tribulation would not be able to save anyone. Old eccentric Emo took advantage of this opportunity to attack Lu Bujing. Lu Bujing looked at the incoming darkness, but he could not escape even if he wanted to. Nobody could help him. On the Xinwu continent, Luo Shan sighed. Above the sect, it was over. Crack, crack. Far away, a crack appeared in space. At first, no one noticed it as everyone's attention was on the divine power. But just as old eccentric Mo's darkness was about to grab Lu Bujing, and the divine power had completely transformed the 4 captains of the true god guards, the void completely shattered. A golden mountain range suddenly appeared, shattering the void and bringing with it a golden light. It brutally resisted the divine power and illuminated everyone's faces with a layer of golden light. Everyone looked in that direction. Old eccentric Emo stopped and looked over at the same time. This golden light was very familiar to him and he hated it. What is this? Lu Bujing opened his mouth in a daze. The golden light of the divine seal catalog. As the golden light shone, the red light of the divine power was reduced to a thin layer, as if it had been draped in a golden coat. A pair of eyes opened and appeared in front of everyone from the 5th mainland. They replaced the sky, the universe, and everything that they knew. The eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, but they were also extremely domineering. They were filled with pride and arrogance as if no one could enter his eyes. That guy's divine power? Scatter. With a shout, the golden light turned into a sharp blade that slashed out and tore apart the divine power sun that had enveloped the 5th mainland. It was tyrannical, domineering, and straightforward. It was just that simple. Old eccentric Mo's mouth fell open and he immediately fled. He thought of a certain person. Was that person still alive? When Lu Bujing heard this voice, his eyes turned red. Pro-ancestor. When Leng Qing, Fate Maiden, and the others heard Lu Bujing's shout, their scalps went numb. There was only one person in history who could make Lu Bujing shout like this, and that was the Dao Master of the 5th mainland, the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. Wuxia, Elder Chan, and the others watched in shock as the golden light replaced everything. This power was unimaginable to them. It changed the entire 5th mainland in an instant. So what if it was divine power? Even if the only true God appeared, he would be forced to retreat by this power. This was a mighty power that exceeded everyone's imagination. That mountain. The Golden Mountain Range broke through the void and directly descended in front of the Above Heaven sect. On top of the Golden Mountain Range, figures stood tall, exuding a powerful aura that suppressed the eternal race's true god guards. Heavy Ghost looked at the Golden Mountain Range. Under his black armor, his eyes were unprecedentedly serious. Hey, what's going on? This is too much of a joke. Am I hallucinating? As he spoke, he looked for the other true god guards captains, only to find that the people from the Thousand Faces game had disappeared. Orange Ji and Zhong Pan, who had confronted Wuxia, were also gone. Only him and the less than 10 Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings were left outside Above Heaven sect. He rushed toward Camphor Bug without hesitation. Run. Huh. You want to run away in front of me? A majestic voice resounded throughout the 5th mainland, causing the entire continent to tremble. It even reached the starry sky tree and spread throughout the primal space. On top of the Golden Mountain Range, a figure walked out. Ancestor, leave them to me. I'll have to trouble you with Zhou Xian. Whoever dares to bully my descendant will die a horrible death. The deafening voice shattered all of the Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings except for Heavy Ghost, including Camphor Bug with extremely strong defenses. Elder Chan and the others felt their scalps go numb, and an unprecedented sense of security enveloped their hearts. They had encountered an important figure. Heavy Ghost coughed up blood and looked at the figure that had walked out of the Golden Mountain Range. Senior Tianyi? Elder Chan was excited. In the reincarnation space-time, Lu Yin was fighting with Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin when he suddenly realized that the battle situation had changed. The 7 sky gods had all left at the same time. Little Lu Yin, let's play another time. The Forgotten Ruins god smiled. Blackless god coldly glanced at Lu Yin and did not speak. Shaman's spirit god wanted to give Lu Yin a blow, but he could not take the risk. If he was held back, he would not have a good ending. The troublesome person had returned. The sole true god had also left, and he had dragged Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin away with him. The Grand Empyrean had not been able to keep the sole true god, but he had taken away Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's strength. However, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin did not care and said something to Lu Yin before he disappeared. Lu Yin relaxed. It seemed that his family had returned. Otherwise, no one would have had the ability to change the situation. It was possible that Mr. Su Mu, the Thunder Lord, and the other powerhouses had arrived, but Lu Yin did not believe that the Eternals had not considered them. If the Eternals had dared to start a war like this, then they must have considered all possible factors. The only variable was the Lu family and himself. His family must have returned. The war is over. Congratulations on protecting the Above Heaven sect. Son of the Lu family, there is a place for you in the Eternals. A voice entered Lu Yin's ears and he stared into the distance. It was the sole true god's voice. The Above Heaven sect had been saved. The sudden end of the war had caught the 6 Direction Society off guard. They had not known that the Lu family had returned. The 9 skies and 10 earths had split open, and the celestial gate had been shattered. Evergreen Saint had become the first progenitor to die. However, aside from Evergreen Saint, no one else had been sacrificed in this war. The main reason was that Lu Yin had taken too long to pass his tribulation, and the Lu family had only returned in a short amount of time. Son of the Lu family. The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. After the war had ended, the first person that the Grand Empyrean had looked for was Lu Yin. Although he had contributed greatly in this war, it had not affected the 7 sky gods in any way. The only contribution he had made was that he had revealed that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy. How had he known that Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a spy? Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today's 6th update. This book has never been published before. I'm going to stay up late tonight. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 28:36. Lu Yin turned around and faced the Grand Empyrean. Senior, are you looking for me? The Grand Empyrean was no longer as calm as before. How did you know that Xiaoyin was a spy? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he voiced out his many guesses. Just because the Eternals attacked the Above Heaven? Does Senior think that my guesses are wrong? Yes. Did Divinity Xiaoyin already know that you were pretending to be Xianxia? Lu Yin frowned as this was beyond his expectations. Indeed. He admitted it himself and knew that I was Xianxia. The slander at the tea party was to lure Bai Wang Yuan and the others out of the astral tree. Not only did he attack the Genesis space, but he also attacked the tea party. You already guessed that Xiaoyin was a spy. Why didn't you report it to me? The Grand Empyrean barked and a terrifying pressure descended, causing Lu Yin to feel dizzy. Grand Elder Shangu hurriedly said, Grand Empyrean. Shangu, this is between me and the Lu family's son. It has nothing to do with you, the Grand Empyrean interrupted. Grand Elder Shangu frowned. Would God said, Grand Empyrean, you know how cunning the Eternals are. Lu Yin alone cannot see through them. Otherwise, the human race's situation would not be like this. Master Wei's eyes flashed. Right now it was not a matter of right or wrong, but rather that the Grand Empyrean had been insulted. Divinity Xiaoyin was one of her people, but he had become the 6 Direction Society's biggest spy. This matter had a huge impact on the Grand Empyrean, and it had caused her to lose face. What she cared about was that Lu Yin had not told her. If he had, regardless of whether the tea party had been attacked or how the Eternals had attacked, she would not have been passive in this matter. What she cared about was face and prestige. She considered herself the leader of the human race, but she had nurtured the 6 Direction Society's biggest spy. No one would be able to accept this. Now that she thought about it, Divinity Xiaoyin's numerous mistakes in the endless battlefield had been intentional. He had incited internal strife in the 6 Direction Society while also telling the Grand Empyrean to banish the Lu family. These actions had caused too much damage to the human race, And all of this had been tacitly approved by the Grand Empyrean. How would the history books record this in the future? She clearly had a chance to avoid all of this if Lu Yin had told her in advance, but he had not. This was the reason why she was so angry. Reverend God Xiaoyin was not stupid. He had a clear goal. This was the method of the Eternals. Back in the primordial space, the destruction of the continents, the fall of the 3 realms and the 6 paths, and the betrayal of the Eternals, were all the methods of the Eternals. In terms of intelligence, the Eternals were no less than the humans. And because they were all loyal to the one true God, they could endure and act more decisively. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Junior is only guessing. If I told the Grand Empyrean in advance, would the Grand Empyrean believe me? Whether I believe you or not is my business. You hid the truth from me. This is your first crime. Xiaoyin used you as a breakthrough point to divert everyone's attention, causing the Eternals to launch a large-scale attack. This is your second crime. If it weren't for you, the primordial space wouldn't have been noticed by the Eternals. It is precisely because of you that the primordial space is in danger. This is your third crime. Lu Yin was amused. Is the Grand Empyrean joking with me? Everyone's expression changed. Even Void Master wanted to cover Lu Yin's mouth. Mu Feng immediately walked out. Junior brother. Su Heng, Su Leng and the others worried. You're just trying to pin the blame on me. The Grand Empyrean couldn't defeat the Eternals and caused them losses, so you're blaming me? Did I, Lu Yin, deserve to die in the primordial space? Should I just let the Eternals fight on the other side? Do I have to report everything to you? Pin the blame on me? What right do you have? Do you really think you're a primogenitor? Do you really think the reincarnation spacetime can replace the above heaven sect? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The tea party was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin as he cursed the Grand Empyrean. He was crazy. Lu Yin was indeed crazy. This crazy woman was actually trying to pin the blame on him. She couldn't defeat the Eternals, so she wanted to push the blame to him? At this point he no longer cared about the difference in strength. Even without Mr. Mu's guarantee and the Lu family's return, he would still have done this. Otherwise, how could he live up to his status as the above heaven sect's Dao master? It was the people in the primordial space who would lose face. He was the spiritual pillar of countless people. What right did he have to be convicted by this crazy woman? The wood carving stood in front of Lu Yin and faced the Grand Empyrean. Senior Grand Empyrean, please forgive my junior brother for my master's sake. Grand Elder Dan Gu shook his head and stepped forward to block Lu Yin. He had no other choice. He admired Lu Yin's strength and also valued him for being able to draw out an ancient card. That was a qualitative change in strength and he could not let this kid die. The Void Master's expression changed and he stepped forward as well. No matter how angry the Grand Empyrean was, he could not attack them. It would be best if he could plead for leniency, but if he could not, then there was nothing he could do. I've tried my best. The wood god stepped forward for the sake of the wood carving and the third mainland. Furthermore, the ancient gods wanted to kill this kid, so he had to protect him for the greater good. Unexpectedly, the dimensional master stepped forward and also blocked Lu Yin's path. This was something that no one had expected. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Please calm down, Grand Empyrean. Powerhouses stepped forward one after another. Su Wei, Su Heng, Su Leng, Xiao Xi, and the others all walked to Lu Yin's side and bowed to the Grand Empyrean. Some of these people were there for Lu Yin, while others were there to follow their own spacetime master. They all had their own goals, but no matter what, most of the powerhouses who had participated in the tea party walked to Lu Yin's side and pleaded for leniency on his behalf. Gong Xing, Jiang Xing and the others exchanged glances. Was this kid really that popular in the Six Direction Society? Lotus Reverend frowned. Was he trying to force her master's hand? Child of the Lu family, do you plead guilty? The Grand Empyrean's voice rang out once more. Everyone's heart sank. The Grand Empyrean's attitude had not changed because of their pleas. She had steeled her heart to blame Lu Yin. Why? The Grand Empyrean's attitude was very strange, as if she was looking for a crime. Lu Yin clenched his fists and looked at the Grand Empyrean. What crime have I committed? What right do you have to convict me? Impudent. Kneel. The Grand Empyrean roared. The void exploded and appeared above everyone's heads. This was an unstoppable force that was basically a law. This was the Grand Empyrean's pressure on Lu Yin and everyone around him. She was using her own strength to suppress everyone. The Grand Empyrean was of the same generation as the primogenitor and the sole true god, so the nature of her power was completely different. Even the wood god, who had an extremely high seniority, felt the pressure. This was the power of the human sovereign. If not for the Grand Empyrean, the sole true god could easily destroy everyone. Under Lu Yin's celestial eye, the void was filled with sequence particles. The Grand Empyrean seemed to be the embodiment of sequence laws. The entire world was pressing down on him. Kneel. The sequence particles descended above Lu Yin's head and pressed down. He did not take out the textless heavenly book as it could not completely block Xiaoyin. It was a joke for a god to block a Grand Empyrean. The sequence particles landed on Lu Yin's body, and he felt as if the heavens were pressing down on him. No matter what kind of strength he had, he could not withstand it. Kneel. The voice rang out again and again as the sequence particles slowly descended. Lu Yin was enduring an invisible pressure. No one could help him resist this pressure. He could only rely on himself. He was unyielding, would not kneel, and would not beg for mercy. Why should he be convicted? What right do you have to convict me? I'm from the Lu family, the Path Master of the Heavens sect. You can't deal with the Eternals, but you take your anger out on the Heavens sect era and the Lu family. You can't stop the sole true god or Xiaoyin, so you take your anger out on me. Grand Empyrean, who do you think you are? You crazy woman. Lu Yin shouted the last sentence, completely shedding all pretense of cordiality. Shangu, Void Master, and the others looked at him in shock. Mu Carving's face turned cold and he crushed the jade. It was useless to say anything at this moment. Venerable Lotus and the others were stunned. This was the first time they had heard someone curse a Grand Empyrean. Wood God and the others felt the same, and they all felt a strange sensation. How many years had it been? Even during the golden age of the Heavens sect, a Grand Empyrean's status was extremely high. They could meet the primogenitor at any time and talk to them as equals. Yet they were being cursed by a junior. Bai Xian'er stood there calmly, and a gust of wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter. Lu Yin's eyes were red as he glared at the Grand Empyrean. He had finally spoken the words he had kept in his heart for a long time. When he had first heard the reason for the Lu family's exile, he had wanted to come over and curse the Grand Empyrean. Now he finally did it. Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was a lackey, and the Grand Empyrean was the culprit who had blocked Patriarch Lu Yuan's senses. In the sky and on the ground, the sequence particle shone brightly. Son of the Lu family, kneel. With a shout, the shining sequence particle smashed down. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had no way to resist, so he had to bear it. Regardless of whether the Lu family returned or not, he had already awakened Patriarch Lu Yuan. His mission had been completed. No one could help Lu Yin. If they helped him, they would have to face the Grand Empyrean head-on. No one had the confidence to do so. The world trembled, and even the reincarnation spacetime was pressuring him. Lu Yin couldn't breathe, and his consciousness was scattered. He couldn't even stand steadily. He couldn't fall or lose face. He represented the primordial space and the Heavens sect. He was Lu Yin, someone who had slowly climbed from an ordinary cultivator to his current height. He had sacrificed so much, so how could he kneel at this moment? No one could force him to kneel. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were red as he stared fearlessly at the Grand Empyrean. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. Crazy woman. The sequence particle completely descended and bombarded Lu Yin, causing the sky to collapse. A hand suddenly appeared and blocked Lu Yin's head, blocking the sequence particle. Following that, a figure walked out and roared, "Crazy woman, what are you trying to do to my Lu family's child?" Wood God, Void Master, and the others stared in shock at the man who had suddenly walked out. This person was 70% similar to Lu Yin. His entire body shone with a golden light, but it was different from Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's golden robes. This golden light was difficult to resist, and it seemed to be able to pierce through space and time. The biggest difference between this person and Lu Yin was their gaze. Lu Yin's gaze was wise and calm, but it also contained an unfathomable depth. This person's gaze was very pure and domineering. It was pure domineering, and there was no reason to speak of it. Chapter 28:37. The moment this person appeared, the sequence particles that filled the sky were thrown into chaos. This person had also brought along a terrifying amount of sequence particles that pushed aside the Grand Empyrean sequence particles. Everyone stared blankly. Who was this? Lu Yin's breathing quickened as he looked at this face that was extremely similar to his own. He didn't know how to describe his current emotions, he was too tired. He had walked from Earth onto the path of cultivation, and he had walked step by step until now. It had been filled with life and death crises, scheming against each other, and if not for his heaven-defying luck, he would have died countless times already. The moment this person appeared, Lu Yin's entire body relaxed. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. The newcomer looked at Lu Yin with a wide grin, and the overbearing look in his eyes changed to one of admiration, self-blame, and pity. Hold on a little longer. A member of the Lu family cannot fall in front of an outsider. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the newcomer with a resolute gaze. I know, ancestor. He had wanted to address this person as ancestor for a very long time. He had addressed too many people as senior. Even in his dreams, he had hoped that there would be someone he could sincerely address as ancestor. This represented that he could rely on, that he could trust, and that he could let go of everything. The newcomer was Lu Yuan, one of the 6 Daoists of the 3 realms from the above sky sect era. The Grand Empyrean's gaze landed on Lu Yuan, and she wasn't surprised. Lu Yuan had arrived right after the sole true god had left, but he hadn't appeared immediately. He had been staring at the Lu family's descendant the entire time. The reason she had targeted Lu Yin and condemned him was to make him submit and embarrass Lu Yuan. However, this Lu family's descendant was determined, which made Lu Yuan proud. Thinking about this made the Grand Empyrean uncomfortable. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan turned around and glared at the Grand Empyrean. What are you shouting for? Can't you see that I'm catching up with my own child? Encio is already dead and you still dare to be so arrogant. The Grand Empyrean roared. Lu Yuan sneered. You think he'll die just because you say so? Who do you think you are? You're just a crazy woman. You're too presumptuous. What? Do you want to fight or scold me? I'll accompany you. If Master hadn't stopped you, do you think you would have been able to scold me? If it wasn't for Tai Chu's protection, you wouldn't even have the chance to grow. The others are much better than you. What do you know? If it wasn't for Master stopping us, we would have already discussed how to beat you up. Wu Tian even prepared a rod for you. That crazy woman Fate had already calculated where you would go. Big Yellow brought us to find you. That's one of the rare times when we brothers are united. We just want to beat you up. Go ahead and be happy. If it wasn't for Master, I would have beaten you to a pulp, Lu Yuan mocked. The Grand Empyrean angrily rebuked. Nonsense. Let me tell you, back then, in order to knock you out, the few of us almost got into a fight just to see who was the first to knock you out. By the way, Grim Reaper won. In order to knock you out, that guy specially researched a battle technique called Death Mask. This battle technique was created in order to knock you out without you noticing. Ruthless, isn't it? He was so proactive. I don't know how long he had been holding it in, but he was so excited that his eyes turned red. The Grand Empyrean was stunned. She didn't know if Lu Yuan was telling the truth or not. Back then, aside from Lu Yuan, Tai Chu's disciples were all pretty good. Wu Tian was very obedient, and although Grim Reaper was gloomy, he was very polite and was a good kid. They weren't like what Lu Yuan had described. Wood God and the others quietly listened. This was all a secret. When Lu Yuan had come into contact with the above heaven sect, Gu Yizhi and the others were already part of the 3 realms 6 Daoists. He didn't know anything about them before they became part of the 3 realms 6 Daoists. Lu Yin watched as Lu Yuan crazily scolded and ridiculed the Grand Empyrean and felt elated. After being suppressed by the Grand Empyrean for so long, he had finally turned the tables. He now had a backer. Nonsense. The Lu family's son is just as impudent and rude as you. If you continue, I'll make you pay the price. Scram, he's still a child. You. The Grand Empyrean was furious. Lu Yuan laughed. Are you confused? Crazy woman, reflect on yourself. Do you think you're worthy of convicting a child of the Lu family? Then he grabbed Lu Yin and left. Sco. Everyone present couldn't react. The Grand Empyrean was furious. Brat, I won't let you go. On the other side, Lu Yuan brought Lu Yin back to the origin space. Lu Yin was surprised. Lu Yuan should be unable to locate the origin space like the others. I hope that crazy woman doesn't chase after us. Otherwise, if we really fight, the origin space and the reincarnation spacetime will suffer. Lu Yuan snorted. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan curiously. This was the Dao master of the above heaven sect, the true ancestor of the Lu family. He didn't seem very majestic, although he was very domineering when he cursed the Grand Empyrean ancestor. Lu Yuan nodded. Seeing Lu Yin staring at him, he said, "Don't look at me like that. It's not that I'm afraid of fighting with her. This woman is crazy. If she's really angered, she can do anything. She can even fight to the death with me and let the one true God benefit. We can't argue with such a lunatic, right?" Lu Yin nodded. "Ancestor, you're right. But what about the family being exiled? I'll settle the score with her." Lu Yuan was furious. "I'll make that crazy woman pay for all the hardships the family has suffered. Don't worry, I won't give her a single cent less. I've wanted to beat her for a long time. Does she really think that she has master's power just because she's in the same generation? What a joke. She's too narrow-minded. Ancestor will teach her how to be a person." Lu Yin was excited. "I have to teach her how to be a person." Lu Yin nodded. He thought about it and felt a little melancholy. But the family just returned and there's a pile of things to deal with. The origin space is a mess and there's also a burden to save. It's difficult. He looked at Lu Yin with admiration. "Little Xian is expected of you." Lu Yin took a step back and faced Lu Yuan. He bowed deeply. "Little Xian greets ancestor." Lu Yuan laughed, lifted Lu Yin up and patted his shoulder. He was very pleased. "Good, you're strong. You're a child of my Lu family. When you created the overturning sky palm, ancestor knew that you were promising, much more so than that brat Lu Tianyi." "Good, huh?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Was Lu Xiaoxian really the one who had created the overturning sky palm? How was that possible? Now was not the time to ask such questions. "Ancestor, how is the above heaven sect?" Lu Yuan was puzzled. "Above heaven sect? You came up with that name?" Lu Yin explained the origins of Lu Bujing and the others, as well as the appearance of the above heaven sect. Lu Yuan was stunned as he listened. So Lu Bujing and the others were sealed in ice. No wonder we couldn't find them back then. "Go. We'll talk about it when we get back. I really miss the above heaven sect. Speaking of which, you people are quite bold. Back then, when the 9 mountains and 8 seas came together, even Lu Tianyi at his peak did not dare to call the Daoist sect the above heaven sect. Ignorance is bliss." Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. He had also traveled for 20 years, and he had only learned that the above heaven sect had been established after returning. When he saw Lu Yuan again, Lu Yin had many questions that he wanted to ask. There were many matters regarding the above heaven sect and the Daoist sect, but he had to deal with the battlefield first. The Golden Mountain Range was magnificent. When Lu Yuan and Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect, voices gathered above the Golden Mountain Range in the distance, forming ripples that rippled through space. "Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, young master. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, young master. Greetings, ancestor. Greetings, young master." Lu Yuan beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the Golden Mountain Range and sensed its powerful aura. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling arose within him. The voices calling him young master were the same as Master Shan and the others. They were sincere and willing to give their all. He was the Lu family's young master, and no matter how much time had passed, he would always be the Lu family's young master. Atop the Golden Mountain Range, many members of the Lu family bowed to Lu Yin. Even some of the older ones did the same. This was their respect for Lu Yin, for the Lu family's young master who had struggled alone in the primordial space and brought it back to the Lu family. The Lu family was powerful, and there were no less than 6 half-ancestors in the Golden Mountain Range. The rest were far stronger than their peers, and all of the outstanding geniuses had respectful expressions. Regardless of gender, they all bowed to Lu Yin. Aside from Lu Yuan, there were 2 other progenitor auras. One was obscure and the other was berserk. Lu Yin took a deep breath and released his powerful aura. This was the aura of someone who had broken through to the half-ancestor level and could directly face Shaolin divinity and other sequence law powerhouses. Limitless power radiated from his inner world, making Lu Yin the center of the universe. Within the above heaven sect, everyone bowed. "Welcome back, Dao Lord. Welcome back, Dao Lord. Welcome back, Dao Lord." Elder Chan and the others could sense Lu Yin's aura. The Tao Lord had broken through to the half-ancestor level and he was even more powerful. Lu Yin's aura also shook the Golden Mountain range. They bowed to Lu Yin because Lu Yin had led them back to the Lu family. Lu Yin had fought alone here to survive and face the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin was Lu Xiaoxian, and they respected Lu Xiaoxuan's identity as the Lu family's young master. However, when Lu Yin's aura erupted, the powerful aura that could rival a progenitor's completely shocked the entire Lu family. Even Lu Yuan was astonished. He had seen Lu Yin resist the Grand Empyrean sequence particle, but now that he felt it again he could not help but be shocked. How could a half-ancestor be so powerful? Even they could not do it back then as their master was a primogenitor. How did this brat cultivate? This was the question that everyone in the Lu family had. Lu Yin was too powerful and when he rushed out the Lu family's berserk progenitor's power was suppressed. The Lu family's golden light did not pose any threat to Lu Yin, as he was also the owner of the golden light. At this moment, more than 10 progenitors from the above heaven sect and the Lu family gathered in the starry sky. Everyone bowed to Lu Yin from afar. Even with Lu Yuan beside him, Lu Yin was still the center of attention at this moment. The merits that Lu Yin had brought to the 5th mainland were not something that Lu Yuan could replace, even if Lu Yuan was the Tao Lord. Lu Yuan had no intention of replacing Lu Yin as the Tao Lord. Since everyone called him the Tao Lord, then the position of the Tao Lord would be given to him. This child was the greatest pride of the Lu family. Since ancient times, who could compare to him over the endless years? 2 figures appeared and one of them rushed towards Lu Yin and hugged him. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to push him away, but the person who had come gave him an incomparably familiar and warm feeling. When the person hugged him, Lu Yin actually forgot to push him away. Son. Lu Yin's heart trembled as he stared blankly. Chapter 28:38. I'm sorry, son. I'm late. The speaker was Lu Qi, Lu Yin's father. Lu Yin clenched his fists, not knowing what to say as he allowed Lu Qi to hug him. Lu Qi let go and grabbed Lu Yin's shoulder, excitedly looking into his eyes. He then punched Lu Yin's shoulder. I knew you could do it. Son, it's good that you're alive. Leave the rest to me. Lu Yin sighed and looked at Lu Qi with a complicated expression. My memories are gone. Lu Qi paled and looked at Lu Yuan for help. Lu Yuan shook his head. In the distance, another progenitor of the Lu family walked over. There are all sorts of powers in the universe and some cultivate karma and divination. I didn't seal your memories but rather completely erased them. If you still have your memories, someone can use them to find you. If you can't be brought back to the Lu family, I hope that the seal can protect you for a lifetime. The ancestor will awaken sooner or later and it's only a matter of time. Lu Yin looked at the speaker and knew who it was. He had seen him when he traveled through space-time. Ancestor Tianyi? Lu Tianyi smiled and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. You did better than I expected, little Xian. The Lu family is proud of you. Even in the era of above heaven, the Lu family is willing to say that the family is proud of you. The Lu family was the family that controlled the 5th mainland during the era of above heaven, and it had given birth to many geniuses. The Divine Seal Catalog and the General Appointing Platform were the basic features of the Lu family's geniuses. Anyone who had awakened these 2 innate gifts would reach the peak. Even so, Lu Tianyi still recognized Lu Yin as a genius who surpassed all the other geniuses in the Lu family, including himself. Lu Yuan patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Even I can't compare to you. Little Xian, from now on the Lu family is in your hands. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. This was a family that was connected by blood and it gave him warmth and support. He took a deep breath. I understand. Lu Qi laughed. Son, let's go to above heaven. I heard that you've become a Tao master and your father is very impressive, huh? Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Although he had lost his memories and couldn't regain his feelings, Lu Qi had his own way of getting along with Lu Yin so that Lu Yin didn't feel any pressure. Lu Yin did not reject Lu Qi. Even if he had lost all his memories, he still trusted this man from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, he was no stranger to Lu Qi. Back when he was undergoing his 6th origin tribulation, his origin tribulation had drawn out Lu Qi, who had acted with the power of the God Sealing Catalog's progenitor of literature. When he ascended the star-plucking tower, he had also seen Lu Qi and his mother hugging him. Dad, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi answered happily. Mother passed away? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Lu Qi's face darkened. Yes, he died a long time ago. There was no secret behind his mother's death. She had simply passed away due to illness. Lu Yin had found out through Kue Luo, but he wanted to confirm it with Lu Qi. Now that he had gotten the answer, he had mixed feelings. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin asked, "When did you break through to the progenitor realm?" Lu Qi sighed, "The clan has been exiled. If we want to return, other than awakening the old ancestor, it would be good to have a few more ancestor realm experts. What a pity." He fell silent for a moment. 2 progenitors died. This is Ionian territory after all. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. When he had first learned that the Lu clan had been exiled, he hadn't expected them to survive. The 4 cardinal scales hadn't thought so as well. Only Xianxia knew that the Lu clan was still around. "Alright, I'll tell you about this later. You need to slowly understand the clan's matters. First, take us to understand your above heaven sect." Lu Qi smiled. At this time, Master Shan, Kue Luo Wanzi, and the others who had been in the Lu clan. The remaining officials all walked out. "Greetings, Master." The fat old woman, the little girl, the crazy old man, and the rest of the Lu clan members all bowed loudly. Although the Lu clan was domineering, they weren't tyrannical. They had their own reasons, which was why the 4 cardinal scales had rebelled. However, there were also people who were incomparably loyal. The myriad Daoist clan and Qiming clan were both loyal to the Lu clan. Kue Luo had been a frivolous old man, but he had changed after seeing the Lu clan return. Lu Yuan looked at the remaining Lu clan members with a complicated gaze. In the end, he sighed deeply. Lu Tianyi spoke up. "The clan didn't protect you and caused you to suffer too much. For this, the main clan apologizes." Wanzi was agitated. "It's the 4 cardinal scales' fault. It's the 6 cardinal associations' fault. It has nothing to do with the main clan. Senior Tianyi, please lead the main clan to reclaim the astral tree domain and kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." "Master, please kill all our enemies to show the Lu clan's might." These people had never mentioned this request to Lu Yin, as they knew that it wasn't easy for him to reach this point. Because of this, they buried all of their hatred in their hearts as they didn't want to give Lu Yin any pressure. However, things were different now. With the Lu clan's return, the 4 cardinal scales would vanish into thin air. Lu Tianyi nodded with a solemn expression. The Lu clan can consider the big picture and can also support the big picture alone. Some grudges cannot be ignored. The blood ancestor Elder Chan and the others looked at this scene. It seemed to be a matter of the Lu clan, but didn't the Lu clan represent the entire Genesis space? Whether it was the Lu clan of the past or the current Lu Yin, they both represented the Genesis space. Qin Lu looked at Lu Tianyi and then at Lu Yuan with fear in his heart. He had never felt such a terrifying aura before. Even when he had been in close contact with the Shaoyin divinity, he had never felt such despair from the Shaoyin divinity. These 2 people were monsters. This was the Lu clan that had been exiled by the Genesis space and reincarnation spacetime. They were Lu Yin's backing. In the past, he hated Lu Yin for lying to him. Now he was glad. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to him if he went against such a monster clan? What about Luo Shan? Did he dare to appear? The Lu clan had dealt with the everlasting race as soon as they appeared. How powerful were they? He looked up at the bottom of the stairway. Had the Genesis space weakened? Then how could there be so many extreme powerhouses? Even with the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages reincarnation spacetime, the number of extreme powerhouses might not be comparable to the Genesis space. She could see that the Genesis space seemed to be heading toward its peak from long ago. The Lu clan and above heaven didn't need to work together. Elder Chan, Wuxia, and the others were already acquainted with the Lu clan. Leng Qing, Xian, and the others were also acquainted with Lu Tianyi. The scene that Lu Yin had been waiting for had appeared. In the era of above heaven, when Lu Bujing and the others had disappeared, Lu Tianyi had still been a Dao child and could be considered a junior. Now Lu Tianyi's strength was beyond their comprehension. Facing him again, everyone felt awkward. It was mainly Xian and the others who felt awkward. Lu Tianyi had lived for countless years, and according to his actual age, he could be their ancestor. They looked at each other and didn't speak. Fate's daughter deliberately retreated. In the era of above heaven, she had caused trouble for both Lu Bujing and Lu Tianyi. If Xian and the others faced Lu Tianyi, it was still acceptable. However, Chuyuan, He Luo Mavis and the others were stunned. They didn't know how to face him. Lu Tianyi looked at them and ignored them. They were all Dao children, but time had pulled them far apart, so far that they couldn't be seen. Chuyuan wanted to show his determination to catch up, but when he thought about how Lu Tianyi had dealt with those progenitor corpse kings like they were vegetables, he lost his confidence. He had been dealt a blow by Lu Yin and lost his arrogance from the era of above heaven. If he had just been released from the ice, he would definitely have shouted at Lu Tianyi. Above heaven's daughter and the Lu family's relationship was very natural, and the person at the helm of each was Lu Yin. Lu Yin took Lu Qi and the others to understand the current above heaven, mainly introducing Lu Yun Chen, Lu Taishu and the others. A few days later he found Lu Yuan alone and asked him to save Ming Yan. This matter had been weighing on his heart for too long. Ming Yan hadn't been of much help to him, nor had she experienced much with him. However, she was one of the few people who could bring him warmth and didn't need to hide his feelings. In front of Ming Yan he could tell her what was on his mind. He could be calm, he could reveal his ambitions, and he could also be calm. This was enough for him. Lu Yuan looked at the frozen Ming Yan with a solemn expression. Lu Yin was nervous. Ancestor, she is the most important person to me. She's my wife. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin. Little Xian, no, I'll just call you Little Seven. Many people call you that. Little Seven, do you understand our level? Lu Yin nodded at first, but then he shook his head. I know that above the progenitor realm is to grasp the laws of the sequence, but I don't understand you or the Grand Empyrean realm. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. The laws of the sequence are laws formed by the operation of the universe. It's like hitting the surface of the water, causing the water to naturally splash. This is common knowledge to everyone. Some cultivators use their strength to stabilize the surface of the water. After hitting it, the water won't splash. They think that they have broken common sense, but isn't this also common sense? To use one's strength to break the conservation of another's strength, that is cultivation. The only thing that can truly break the laws of the sequence is the existence of the laws of the sequence. With that, the astral source in front of him turned into water. Lu Yuan hit it with his palm and the water didn't splash or break. Instead, it changed into another substance, a strange form. Lu Yuan asked, would you have thought of this form before hitting the surface of the water? Lu Yin shook his head. What you don't think of is breaking the laws. Lu Yuan looked at Ming Yan again. There are too many laws in the universe. Without these laws we wouldn't have existed. How many laws can a person control? Too few. When a person is strong enough, they can change the universe with the laws of the sequence, but they can never change all the laws of the universe at the same time. Among these laws, there are some that are almost impossible to control. Vitality is one of them. This child's vitality has been cut off. This piece of extreme frost froze her vitality, but it can't restore the laws of the sequence. If you want to save her, you have to reconstruct her vitality. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll add more chapters. Sui Feng did his best, he really did his best. He didn't even take care of the child last night and had been typing all this time. His eyes were clearly sore. Seeing his brother's enthusiastic support, he felt that he would be letting everyone down if he didn't add more chapters. If he did, he wouldn't be able to take it. Let's wait for Sui Feng to recover and wait for the next plot climax. The next volume, Return to Origin, was about to begin. Chapter 2839. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Ancestor, can you save her? Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. Yes. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. The ancestor had said so much, and the more he spoke, the more mysterious it became. But not now. Saving her would trigger the laws of the life sequence, and I'm unfamiliar with it. I can do it, but the price is too great. The Lu family has just returned, and there are internal and external troubles. No one knows if that crazy Grand Empyrean will help. Little Seven, wait until the Lu family stabilizes, then I'll save her. Lu Yin sighed. As long as you can save her, ancestor. Lu Yuan nodded and sized up Lu Yin with a strange gaze. The more he looked at him, the stranger he felt. Lu Yin knew that the ancestor had seen through his strength. Your cultivation is a bit strange. I have 4 inner worlds. Lu Yuan raised a brow. Your heart. My own starry sky is a path I unintentionally walked, Lu Yin said and put Ming Yan away. Lu Yuan nodded. Between your eyebrows. That's martial celestial eye. Lu Yin replied. Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. I seem to feel a familiar power. Lu Yin couldn't help but feel proud in front of his family and the ancestor. Are you referring to the Grim Reaper or Fate? Or Guizhi? Lu Yuan was surprised. You also cultivated that traitor's power? Lu Yin said, Guizhi is a traitor, but his power is very useful. But his power is also very difficult to cultivate. It's a miracle that you could succeed. Lu Yuan sighed with some lingering fear. Lu Yin asked, Ancestor, how did Guizhi betray us? Lu Yuan was in a bad mood at the mention of this and he waved his hand. Alright, some things don't need to be explained in one go and I don't have the energy to explain them. Come, I'll take you to see someone. Lu Yuan led Lu Yin through the Golden Mountain Range. This was Lu Tianjing and there were memories of Lu Xiaoxian. Lu Yin felt like he had seen this place before, but he couldn't remember it completely. Soon after, Lu Yuan brought Lu Yin to the back mountain of Lu Tianjing and stopped in front of a chain. Lu Yin looked along the chain into the distance. He saw a person tied up in chains and lying flat in space. Lu Yin frowned, thinking that this person was someone the Lu family wanted to punish. Otherwise, why would he be tied up? When he saw who it was, Lu Yin was shocked. Withered ancestor? Lu Yuan was surprised. You know him. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan in shock. Old ancestor, this. Why did ancestor coup? Lu Yuan raised a hand to stop Lu Yin from continuing. He's been tied up all this time. According to Lu Tianyi, when his family was exiled, he accidentally ran into Withered, who was drifting through space. He thought of a way to drag him back here. However, this person's mind is dried up. Just like his name, he is just a shell. To tell you the truth, the reason why this person didn't die is because of that power of his. When Lu Tianyi told me about this power, I was very surprised. There were actually so many outstanding people in the Above Heaven sect. Even in the Above Heaven sect, this person would be a top expert. What a pity. She's just a burden now. Lu Yin did not expect Kuzu to be dragged back by the Lu family. Is Kuzu a living dead now? Lu Yuan nodded and clasped his hands behind his back. I brought you here to tell you that the everlasting race has the advantage. Don't think that our Lu family has suppressed them instantly. The everlasting race is unfathomable, and there is still the traitor Guizhi and the 7 sky gods. If we want to deal with the everlasting race, we need more help. I've been thinking of a way to save him. For the time being, the family has to guard against the everlasting race and save Kuzu. There are many things we have to put aside, such as those traitors. They can't run away, but we can't afford to do anything now. Lu Yin understood this. Leave those traitors to me. Can you save Kuzu here? Lu Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's try. He did not doubt that Lu Yin had the strength to deal with Bai Wang Yuan and the other traitors. Although the current celestial sect was far from its peak, and there was no one who could compete with the Lu family, it had to be known that Lu Yin had walked step by step from an ordinary cultivator. These people followed Lu Yin, not the Lu family. The more difficult it was for Lu Yin, the more exceptional he was. In the past, he could deal with those traitors. Now that he was strong enough to face them head-on, it would not be a problem for him to deal with them. What he was worried about was the Grand Empyreans. This was the rule that humans could not exhaust themselves, not strength. Lu Yin had not only relied on strength to establish the celestial sect, but also on means. He would definitely have a way to deal with them, so there was no need for Lu Yuan to worry. For Lu Yin, the Lu family's return was like a hidden key to opening a treasure chest. There were too many things he wanted to learn through the family. Bai Wang Yuan and the other traders were not easy to deal with for the time being, but the astral tree realm was different. It was time for Lu Tianjing to return. On this day, Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin arrived at the starry sky tree. The Eternals attacked the primordial space, focusing on the celestial sect. The 4 cardinal scales were also attacked, but the attack came and went quickly. The Xin took action and flew over, tearing apart all the progenitor realm corpse kings that attacked the 4 cardinal scales. Only Bai Wang Yuan and a few other ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales knew how terrifying the Xin and ancestral Mang were. The others did not know at all, nor could they imagine such power. After the Xin took action, countless people in the starry sky tree bowed down in worship. But the Xin remained aloof and would not show himself unless it was absolutely necessary. Although the threat of the 4 cardinal scales had been removed, they had never thought of helping the celestial sect resist the Eternals. They thought that the celestial sect would be in trouble this time, But they did not expect that the Lu family's return would not only bring glory to the celestial sect, but also the end of the four cardinal scales. When news of the Lu family's return spread, many people from the four cardinal scales immediately fled. Some went missing while others fled. They were all people who had harmed the Lu family. Those who remained in the top realm were minor characters from the four cardinal scales, and there were also people like Bai Qi who had never harmed the Lu family. Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan had been thrown into the endless battlefield during the Tea Party because they had accused Lu Yin of being a spy. Xianxia had also been thrown into the endless battlefield. They had not appeared during the war against the Eternals and remained in the endless battlefield. No one knew what their plans were, but it did not matter now. The Lu family could sweep through everything. As for Bai Xing, ancestor Gui Yuan and Xia Zhen, these three progenitors from the four cardinal scales, they were also helping to defend the Six Direction Association. The only ones left were Nong Yi, the Fog Ancestor, and Madman Lu. Nong Yi and the Fog Ancestor could be ignored as they had no conflict with the Lu family. Madman Lu was different and the Lu family had to deal with him. However, Madman Lu was now the reincarnation spacetime Great Stone Saint, so how he should be dealt with was still up for discussion. Lu Yuan had already cursed the Grand Empyrean, so they could not really start a war. The top realm originally had Wang Jian, but he had also run away. He had disappeared faster than anyone else. When Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin arrived with Lu Tianjing, the astral tree, the only progenitors left were Xin Ying and Zhu Mang, as well as Grand Elder Ni Huang of the White Dragon clan, who had obtained the Dragon Ancestor's special pupil and could fight against progenitors. Lu Tianjing appeared, and a golden light enveloped the entire astral tree. Countless people in the middle realm and lower realm looked up. The Lu family had returned. This region of the universe has changed greatly. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin stood high in the sky, looking at the glowing Wang family's land and then even further away, where the frigid Immortal sect was. In the past, only my Lu family and the families recognized by my Lu family could exist in the top realm. The four cardinal scales? What a laughable name. That's all I want. If they have the ability to destroy the Eternals, I'll even help them snatch the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the Grand Empyreans, let alone the top realm. Lu Tianyi's words were domineering and disregarded everything. Even the Grand Empyreans dared to speak so bluntly. He was different from Lu Yuan, who was absolutely domineering. Lu Tianyi, on the other hand, was both domineering and wise. However, this was nothing to be proud of. After all, the Lu family had been exiled. The smarter Lu Tianyi was, the more sinister the Eternals were. The Lu family had been destroyed by the Eternals. Lu Tianyi looked at Lu Yin. Don't you remember Lu Tianjing? Lu Yin shook his head and told him about how Lu Sun had set up a trap with the Celestial Realm Treasury to give Madman Lu a chance to kill him. Lu Tianyi nodded, a complicated look in his eyes. Lu Sun's betrayal of the family is shameful, but she also suffered a lot. She died with the Celestial Realm Treasury in the end, which is her fate. Little Xian, it's been hard on you to live until now. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, Lu Qi, or even the entire Lu family, all of them were filled with pity for Lu Yin. Everyone marveled at his achievements, but only a small portion of them could see that these achievements represented a narrow escape. Madman Lu will be dealt with by the Forefather. Let me ask you, what do you think of Lu Tianjing being higher than the astral tree? Lu Tianyi asked. Lu Yin hadn't expected Lu Tianyi to ask him this question. The current 4 cardinal scales had once been Lu Tianjing. Lu Tianjing was domineering and had suppressed the 4 cardinal scales, including the Lu family and the Lu family, to the middle plane. Only the Lu family could be considered supreme. In many people's eyes, this was also the reason why the 4 cardinal scales had betrayed the Lu family. What right did the Lu family have to be above everything? What right did the Lu family have to be so domineering? Lu Yin looked up at Lu Tianyi. Some say that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Our Lu family's power is greater than the heavens, and our responsibility is greater than the heavens. Our Lu family will stand in the way of the Genesis space, but if the sky falls, we will be the first to perish. Since we have the power, why shouldn't we be high above? Dignity, status, we are high above. If the sky falls, we will also be high above. If anyone dies, we will die first. This is the Lu family's style. Our Lu family has the straightest spine and will never bend. Lu Tianyi laughed. Yes, this is the Lu family's style. After so many years, how many of those who looked up to us were truly admiring us? How many people want our Lu family to perish and give up the sky for them? But they don't know who will take over once we give up the sky? Without the Lu family, trash like Bai Wangyuan will only listen to the Six Direction Society and bow before a Grand Empyrean. When has our Lu family ever needed to do that? The higher you stand, the higher your spine. Little Xian, this is the Lu family. Lu Yin laughed. Only our Lu family can hold up the sky. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2840. Countless people heard their laughter, including those from the four cardinal scales and wandering cultivators. They were all waiting for the skies of the astral tree to change again. The Lu family had finally returned. Little Xian, open your celestial eye, Lu Tianyi said as he looked at the Wang family continent. Lu Yin knew what was about to happen, so he immediately opened his celestial eye. Lu Tianyi raised a finger and slowly pointed at the Wang family continent. The Wang family continent floated in the sky in the shape of a hand, and there was a ball of light that moved slowly above it. It represented the time of the Wang family continent, and that ball of light was Wang Fan's mountain sea. Wang Fan's mountain sea is called Shadow of Life, and it can allow the shadow to cultivate again and become a different life form. It looks similar to the Xia family's 9 clones, but it's also different. One is a shadow while the other is a consciousness. It's said that Xia Chan used this mountain sea as inspiration to create the 9 clones. Given Wang Fan's character, there must be a shadow of his in this universe. Have you found out who it is? Lu Yin answered, Ancestor Gui Yuan. Lu Tianyi was not surprised. Ancestor Gui Yuan? Using a shadow to cultivate the power of the Grim Reaper, that's his style. It's a pity that they've all gone to the Six Paths Society, or else none of them would have been able to escape. Since that's the case, I'll destroy his mountain sea first and suppress the Wang family. The heavens, I should be able to see the power of echelon natural law that ordinary people cannot see. My echelon is called destruction. There is nothing in the universe that cannot be destroyed. All things are born from destruction. Destruction and reassembly are the most basic natural law of the universe. The word, destruction, can send all things back to their origin. Lu Yin's finger vibrated as he spoke. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Through his celestial eye, he could see a burst of energy shooting towards the ball of light above the Wang family's continent. This energy contained a single particle, but it was invisibly connected to the void of space. Lu Tianyi had forcefully extracted one of the sequence particles that originally existed in the universe, causing his attack to transform into a terrifying power that made Lu Yin's scalp tingle. The shockwave swept through the void without causing any damage to space, but it passed through the ball of light without any hindrance and finally struck the ball of light. On this day, those who had not left the Wang family continent saw a scene that they would never have believed. The ball of light that represented ancestor Wang Fan had shattered. It was just an instant. That was Wang Fan's power, and it was enough to block the attacks of ordinary progenitors. Back when Qinlu had attacked the Wang family's mainland, he had been obstructed by the light sphere. However, this obstacle was so laughable in front of Lu Tianyi. It could not even delay him and was directly shattered. The shattered balls of light transformed into specks of light that scattered down, landing on the heads of countless people from the Wang clan continent. It was like a rain of light, extremely beautiful, yet it caused the hearts of the people from the Wang clan to turn cold. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin appeared above the Wang family continent, looking down on everyone. Unfortunately, Wang Fan, Wang Jian and ancestor Gui Yuan were not around. Wang Xi was also dead. The only important figures left in the Wang clan were clan leader Wang Zheng and half-martial ancestor Wang Sun. As for Wang Su, Wang Yi, Wang Xiaofan and the others, they weren't here. They should have been brought away by Wang Jian. After all, they were geniuses of the Wang clan. Even if Wang Fan died, they still had a chance to return to the peak. Wang Dashui had long been in the above heaven sect. He could no longer stay in the Wang family. Looking at the lofty Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin, Wang Jing closed his eyes. The ancestor has yet to return. As the patriarch, I will bear all the responsibility. Me too. Wang Sun spoke. He was the commander of the third formation on the back of the battlefield. His attitude towards the Lu family was the same as the majority of the people in the four cardinal scales. Lu Yin had a deep impression of him because he was the one who protected little Ken at the back of the battlefield, preventing little Ken from dying there. The price was the wisdom root. However, after Little Can left the back of the battlefield, he was captured and brought to the Wang family to mine. For the sake of the wisdom root, he, a half-martial ancestor, had personally made a deal with Little Can. This person was selfish, but he had also done his best to protect the back of the battlefield. There were too many people like him. People had a selfless side, but they also had a selfish side. It all depended on the bottom line in one's heart. Bear the responsibility? Are you qualified? Lu Tianyi was indifferent. Wang Fan and Wang Jian were not here. So what if they destroyed the Wang family? Jie Yuan's formation master Wang Yan raised his head. Senior, although the ancestor has yet to return, the descendants of the Wang family did not hide. We represent the Wang family. Lu Yin looked at Wang Yan. As a Jie Yuan's formation master, even if you go to the Six Directions Guild, your treatment won't be bad. Why don't you leave? Wang Yan looked at Lu Yin. We live as people of the Fifth Mainland and we die as ghosts of the Fifth Mainland. You can let us die in the Fifth Mainland, but we will not escape. Wang Zheng looked up at the sky. The Wang family has our sins and we are willing to atone for them. However, each of us will bear the consequences of our actions. The others did not do anything wrong, so please give us a chance to live. I, Wang Zheng, am eternally grateful. He then knelt down. Wang Sun, Wang Yan, and the others all knelt down as well. They wanted to live, but how could they? Escape to the Six Directions Guild? Ancestor Wang Jian could have taken them with him, but they had refused. How could they cultivate if they left this region of space? Suffer the Lu family's pursuit forever? Be looked down upon by the Six Directions Guild? They might as well stay and fight for a chance to live, even if it meant death. If Wang Su and the others were taken away, then everything would be fine. The Wang family would not be destroyed. Little Xian, what do you think we should do? Lu Tianyi asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, if Wang Fan is still here, we should either kill the main evildoer, become a god, or appoint a general. I'm more inclined to appoint a general. Lu Tianyi nodded, me too. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. Lu Yin asked, what do you think we should do, ancestor? Lu Tianyi thought for a moment. Do you know about the 100,000 waterways? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he remembered that he had once rolled his die and fused with an island master Rong. That island master Rong was one of the 100,000 waterways that were connected to the mother tree's roots. The 100,000 waterways were connected to the mother tree's roots. To prevent the Eternals from polluting the mother tree, the Lu family had either traded or forced the cultivators into the 100,000 waterways to protect the mother tree. If Lu Tianyi had not mentioned it, Lu Yin would have forgotten about it. Ancestor, do you mean to have the Wang family protect the 100,000 waterways? Although it hasn't been many years since the Lu family was exiled, we have missed the opportunity to give those people resources. They probably hate us to death. Moreover, the number of 100,000 waterways has definitely increased over the years, and the 4 cardinal scales are just enough to fill in the gaps. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. The 100,000 waterways was indeed a good choice. It would punish the Wang family while not wasting resources. After all, there were no Eternals invading the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm, and it was impossible to throw them into the endless battlefield. Thus, the 100,000 waterways was the only option. These people had not fled, which meant that they still had some backbone. Ancestor, what's the situation with the Wang family continent? Lu Yin had wanted to know this for a long time. This hand was too strange, and he wondered if it had anything to do with the hand in the burial garden. Lu Tianyi became a god. His expression was serious. Ask the primordial ancestor. Although I have some guesses, he has never confirmed them. Only he can answer you. Maybe I have some guesses, Lu Yin said in a low voice. But I don't understand how the Wang family can sit on this continent. Lu Tianyi said seriously, the Lu family can be high and mighty, but we can't take away other people's opportunities. That's the most hated thing. The Wang family can obtain it because of their ability. How they use it has nothing to do with us. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's why they used the Yellow Springs water to make the Lu family lose their ability to fight. Lu Tianyi said, that's unexpected. Sometimes it's not your enemy that hurts you but your friends. Lu Yin agreed. Speaking of being hated, there's probably nothing more hated than our innate gifts. Lu Tianyi smiled. That's a skill. The main culprit in exiling the Lu family was Wang Fan, but Wang Fan wasn't around. Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin didn't have the habit of implicating others, So they followed Lu Tianyi's method and threw the Wang family into the waterway under the Zhongping Hai. The Wang family had many experts, and those who guarded the waterway were at least enlighters. They didn't dare to resist and were all thrown into the Zhongping Hai. Lu Tianyi slowly moved towards the top of the Wang family continent. Within Lu Tianyi's realm, the auras of many Lu family disciples merged into one, forming a majestic aura that suppressed the upper realm and pressed down on the Wang family continent. The four cardinal scales had agreed that no one could exceed a certain height. The Wang family continent's height was the same as the cold immortal sex cloud, the divine martial sky prison dragon and the dragon mountain's peak. However, Lu Tianyi had surpassed this height and was pressing down on the Wang family continent. The tree-starry sky shook and the top realm's land shattered. The stars in outer space swayed. Countless people were attracted by this scene. They watched as the four cardinal scales replaced the Lu family and took control of the top realm. Only a few years had passed since then, and the four cardinal scales had returned to their original state. In the middle realm, directly below the Wang family continent was where the Wang family used to be in the middle realm. Now there were many branch family members of the Wang family living there. They raised their heads and looked up. Dust fell from the top realm. From afar it looked like rain was falling from the sky, connecting the top realm to the middle realm. This rain was gray and filled with dust. Gray enveloped the Wang family continent, and everyone's hearts sank along with the Wang family continent. Eventually, the top realm cracked open, and the Wang family continent appeared before the eyes of countless people in the middle realm. They watched as the Wang family continent slowly fell, and they all found it difficult to breathe. The Lu family had controlled the fifth mainland for countless years, so how could they be replaced by the four cardinal scales? At this moment, the seal that the four cardinal scales had placed on the Lu family shattered at the same time. Everyone bowed and the seal spread throughout the middle realm, the lower realm and even the outer realm to the battlefield on the back. The Lu family had returned. It was not that Lu Yin did not want to shatter the Wang family continent and completely destroy the Wang family continent, but the Wang family continent was too important, and it also contained the Yellow Springs water. Thus he had only pressed the Wang family continent into the middle realm, where he could deal with it later. Next was Xinwu Plain. Once, Xinwu Plain's most majestic existence had been the hellworm traversing the skies. Unfortunately, it had been taken away by Lu Yin and had slipped away during the battle at the tea party. No one knew where it had gone and Xinwu Plain had suffered a disastrous decline after that. The Lu family did not plan on punishing anyone in Xinwu Plain. After all, Xianxia's main body had been replaced by a clone, which meant that Xinwu Plain was now under Lu Yin's control. As for Xiaxing and the other direct descendants, Xianxia's clone would naturally deal with them to Lu Yin's satisfaction. There was only one person that could not be let off: Xia Ziheng. Chapter 2841. When Xia Ziheng had been ambushed, he had unhesitatingly joined the everlasting race. Lu Yin had not forgotten this. He had agreed not to deal with Xia Ziheng, and Xia Ziheng had revealed the secret between the Ghost Abyss ancestor and Wang Fan. This secret had allowed Lu Yin to scheme against Wang Fan and expose the fact that the Ghost Abyss ancestor was Wang Fan's shadow. This had been a great help to Lu Yin, but that did not mean that Xia Ziheng would be spared. This person had harmed many people in the Lu family, and the one who had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was the old servant. The old servant had been brought out by the Xia family and eventually killed, and the main culprit was Xia Ziheng. There was also Xia Zhitong, who had slandered the Yu family's reputation and implicated the families related to the Lu family. Xia Ziheng was behind this as well. It was time for Lu Yin to repay all of these debts. Xiada and Xianjiao stood respectfully on the dark ground. Behind them were many descendants of the Xia family, but Xia Shenfei, Xia Taili and Xia Shenguang were nowhere to be seen. Just like Wang Su and the others, these geniuses from the four cardinal scales had been taken away to escape from the Lu family. Compared to the Wang family's continent, Xinwu Plain was in a much more miserable state. There was no power here that could stop a progenitor corpse king, and if not for the divine eagle, Xinwu Plain would have been destroyed. Lu Tianjing arrived above Xinwu Plain from the Wang family, and his golden light illuminated the entire plain, illuminating the nervous and fearful gazes of the disciples. They did not dare to raise their heads as Lu Tianjing's pressure caused them to shiver. Lu Tianyi knew about Xiaxinji, but he did not care about Xiada and the others, nor did he plan on telling them anything. Lu Yin scanned Xinwu Plain. Where's Xia Ziheng? Xiada's voice was low. He ran away. Why didn't you run? Xiada was helpless. Unless we went to the Six Paths Society, where else could we run to? I've been called Hero Xia for my entire life. Although I'm not a true hero, I can't be a coward either. Lu Tianyi looked at Xiada. I have a good impression of you. Unfortunately, the Xia family took the wrong path. Xiada bowed deeply to Lu Tianyi. This is not something that I can control. Senior, please end this quickly. I don't want to be appointed. Xianxia bowed as well. Senior, please end this quickly. This person had been tasked with guarding Xia Shenji's underground clone. If Lu Xiaoga had not escaped with his clone, this person would not have been punished. Later on, he had also been snatched away by Lu Yin during the fight for the Lu family's sword steel. His days in Xinwu Plain had not been easy. Why didn't you flee? Lu Yin was curious, as a half-ancestor was worthy of his attention. Xianji opened his mouth but no words came out. Xiada said bluntly, I didn't let him escape. After receiving so many years of resources from the Xia clan, not only did you fail to guard the underground, you even made several mistakes. How can you just walk away like that? Lu Yin looked at Xia Xing. Tell me everything that Xia Ziheng has done to the Lu family over the years. Xia Xing's heart shuddered, but he did not dare to refuse. The more he listened, the gloomier Lu Tianyi's expression became. In the end, his eyes were filled with killing intent. We must find this person. Lu Yin confidently replied, Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Not just him, but everyone in the four cardinal scales won't be able to escape. Xiada frowned. Where did Lu Xiaoshuan's confidence come from? If they wanted to escape, they would not have stayed in the primordial space. They would have to go to the Six Directions Society. Wait a minute. He suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. Hero Xia, what did you think of? Xiada did not dare to say anything. If his guess was wrong, then it would be equivalent to exposing those people's tracks. However, if his guess was right, then those people would not be able to escape. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, the most likely possibility was that his guess was right. This person had done things step by step and he had toyed with the four cardinal scales many times. This time he might have fallen into a trap. At a certain location in the top realm, Wang Jian, whom Lu Yin and the others thought had escaped, was here. Wang Su, Wang Yi and the others were also here. Even Wei Rong had been brought along. The reason Wang Jian had brought him along was because he understood Lu Yin, and this was his only value. For this reason, Wang Jian had specially brought along Wang Gui and Wang Man. Among these people, there was one person who did not want to leave, but Wang Jian had forcefully taken her away. This person was Wang Miao Miao. This girl had cursed the ancestor because the Lu family had been exiled. She was an anomaly in the Wang family, and she was also the only person in the Wang family who cared about the Lu family and wanted them to return. Stop right there, a stern voice shouted. Everyone from the Wang family looked over, and Wang Miao Miao stopped in her tracks with an ice-cold expression. Ancestor, I want to go back. Wang Jian frowned. Do you want to go back or do you want to look for Lu Qi? Wang Su and the others looked on calmly. Everyone knew that Wang Miao Miao liked Lu Qi because Lu Qi had teased her before. In the Wang family, Wang Miao Miao's status surpassed that of the direct descendants of the previous generation. She was an absolute genius, and she was Wang Jian's descendant. With her back facing Wang Jian, Wang Miao Miao said in a low voice, Can't I not escape? Why must you take me away? Wang Jian angrily rebuked. Do you think Lu Qi cares about you? Don't let the Wang family be laughed at. Wang Miao Miao laughed coldly. Escaping like a stray dog? Won't we be laughed at if we rely on someone else? The Wang family has lived in the fifth mainland for countless years. If we escape now, we will be embarrassing the ancestor. Impudent. Wang Jian shouted sternly and a pressure descended. Wang Miao Miao's body was pressed to the ground and her face turned pale. However, she did not turn back. Her gaze was resolute and she wanted to get up and leave. The pressure increased again, but Wang Miao Miao did not care. She wanted to leave even if her fingers were broken and her clothes were stained with blood. Wang Jian's gaze was cold. Wang Xiaofen walked out and bowed to Wang Jian. Ancestor, let her go. Wang Jian stared at Wang Xiaofen. What did you say? Wang Xiaofen took a deep breath. Ancestor, please let her go. Wang Su and the others looked at Wang Xiaofen. They knew that Wang Xiaofen liked Wang Miao Miao since young, but they did not expect that he would dare to go against the ancestor for her today. Wang Jian casually waved his hand and pushed Wang Xiaofen back. "You are not allowed to interrupt." He stared at Wang Miaomiao. "You can leave if you want, but let Lu Qi come and fetch you. Let's see if he dares to appear before me." The others were sad. Even if Lu Qi dared to come, he had to know where they were. Among the crowd, Wei Rong shook his head. Wang Miaomiao was too stubborn. How good would it be if she could endure it a little longer? Not long after, a group of people arrived. The leader was Xia Yan, followed by Xia Ziheng. They brought a group of geniuses from the divine martial world to meet up with the Wang family. When he saw the people from the divine martial world, Wang Jian's expression softened. Just as he was about to speak, the divine martial world sank. After the Wang family, the second giant crater appeared in the top higher world. Standing at the edge of the crater, one could see the clouds above the middle higher world. The people from the divine martial world turned pale. The people from the Wang family looked gloomy. They saw the Wang family's continent sinking. This was unavoidable. The divine martial world was the same. "Greetings, Ancestor Jian." The people from the divine martial world bowed and retracted their gazes. Now the top higher world had nothing to do with them. Wang Jian waved his hand. "There is no need to be so polite. Where are the people from the cold Immortal sect?" "Ancestor, they are still on the way. They will be here soon." Xia Ziheng stepped forward and replied. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miaomiao again. Wang Miaomiao's desolation, her desolation, attracted the attention of the people from the divine martial world, but they did not dare to ask. They had already decided to go to the Six Direction Guild. The Four Direction Scales alone was not as intimidating as if they were united. That was why Wang Jian waited for them. Otherwise he would not have waited. Not long after, the people from the cold Immortal sect arrived. Led by Old Ghost, by Su, Elder Shizi, by Weiwei Dongshan, and the others were all present. After the people from the cold Immortal sect bowed to Wang Jian, he said, "If the White Dragon race is not willing to come, then there is no need to force them. Let them be destroyed by the Lu family. We will go to the Six Direction Guild." "Yes, Ancestor Jian." Everyone responded respectfully. 3 people walked out from the crowd. They were the people from the Four Direction Guild that the Six Direction Guild had placed. Through them, one could obtain information about the Six Direction Guild and go to the Six Direction Guild. The Six Direction Guild did not allow the people from the Four Direction Scales to imprint their aura on the coordinates. This made the Four Direction Scales unhappy, but there was nothing they could do. "Everyone, let's go," Wang Jian said. The 3 of them looked at each other and did not move. Wang Jian frowned. "Everyone, you can go to the Six Direction Guild." The 3 of them still did not move. Wang Jian felt that something was wrong, and a wave of uneasiness surged in his heart. Looking at the 3 people's helpless expressions, his expression changed drastically. Not good. The others also thought of something and stared at the 3 people. Behind the 3 people, the void tore open and several figures walked out. They were none other than Ling Qing, Master Shan, and Qin Lu. 3 Ancestor Realm experts appeared, and their auras instantly covered the sky, suppressing the people from the Four Direction Scales. Wang Jian did not hesitate to tear open the void and leave, but Ling Qing's attack was faster. Other than Wang Jian, no one else could fight against an Ancestor Realm expert. When Ling Qing attacked Wang Jian, the people from the Four Direction Scales could only watch. Master Shan was excited. He had been waiting for this day for so long. The Four Direction Scales, the Lu family's biggest enemy, would no longer exist in the primordial space. "Lu family, if I fight to the death, you won't have an easy time either. Let me go." Wang Jian roared. He couldn't figure out how the people from the Above Heavens sect found him. Ling Qing's blade slashed horizontally. "You can try." Wang Jian went all out. If he did not go all out now, he would be surrounded by 3 Ancestor Realm experts. He would not be able to escape. The people from the Four Direction Scales kept retreating. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. This was especially so for Xia Ziheng. The more ruthless he was to the Lu family, the more fearful he was now. In the distance, Wang Miaomiao was lying on the ground. The pressure from Wang Jian had disappeared. She wanted to leave, but she fell down due to her severe injuries. Fortunately, an arm blocked her way. Wang Miaomiao subconsciously grabbed it and looked over. She was stunned. "Your late, cold beauty." A familiar voice sounded. It was the voice that Wang Miaomiao wanted to hear and see even in her dreams. Her eyes reddened. Lu Qi. The person who came was Lu Qi. How could Lu Qi not come to seek revenge for the Lu family? Wei Rong was the one who had informed him of Wang Jian's whereabouts. Wang Miaomiao pushed Lu Qi away. Stay away from me. Lu Qi rolled his eyes and carried Wang Miaomiao. Don't give me that. I've received your kind intentions. Wang Miaomiao blushed and struggled. Lu Qi, let go of me, you rascal. Lu Qi ignored her. In the distance, Wang Jian, who was fighting with Leng Qing, saw this and roared, Lu Qi, let go of Miao Miao. Lu Qi looked at Wang Jian and his face darkened. Ancestor Jian, did you have a part in the banishment of the Lu family? Chapter 2842. When Lu Tianjing was exiled, some people made a move while others did not. Lu Qi could not see everything clearly. Before Wang Jian could answer, Leng Qing slashed at him from an unbelievable angle. Her powerful blade intent broke through Wang Jian's defense and left a wound on his body. Wang Jian did not dare to be distracted. Lu Qi, you rascal. Let go of me. Wang Miaomiao struggled. Lu Qi lowered his head and looked at Wang Miaomiao with a serious and cold expression. Did you have a part in the Lu family's exile? Wang Miaomiao stopped struggling and bit her lip. Under Lu Qi's gaze, she shook her head. The patriarch has always been in the upper realm and has never left. He has nothing to do with the Lu family's exile. I guarantee that with my life. Lu Qi looked at Wang Miaomiao and she looked back at him fearlessly. After a while, Lu Qi suddenly laughed. I believe you. As he spoke, he released his grip and Wang Miaomiao fell to the ground. She gasped and looked at Lu Qi furiously. Lu Qi pressed his hand on Wang Miaomiao's head. You asked me to do so. Wang Miaomiao wanted to slap Lu Qi away, but he was already gone. Wang Jian pointed his finger and a black rope appeared from the void to bind Leng Qing. Leng Qing raised her blade and slashed it down. Forbidden secret techniques were decisive in a battle between juniors, but they could not influence a battle between progenitors. Progenitors could create secret techniques. Wang Jian used the forbidden secret technique to increase the distance between him and Leng Qing. Leng Qing had just broken through, but he was difficult to deal with. The sharpness of his blade reminded him of Xianxia. He was no match for Leng Qing in such a short period of time. Leng Qing's blade seemed ordinary, but it was difficult for him to parry. Leave him to me, Senior Leng Qing. Lu Qi approached the battlefield and looked at Wang Jian. Wang Jian looked at Wang Miaomiao subconsciously and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Wang Miaomiao was fine. Although he scolded Wang Miaomiao and attacked her heavily, he was still very satisfied with this junior. Leng Qing liked to fight and she could make his blade sharper. However, this was the Lu family's revenge and they should take it themselves. Thank you. Lu Qi said and looked at Wang Jian. Patriarch Jian, we meet again. Wang Jian stared at Lu Qi. Not only did you not die, you even break through to the progenitor realm. Lu Qi laughed wildly. What do you think? That's it. The more you don't like me, the more arrogant I'll be. I'll be arrogant until you start doubting life. Wang Jian was furious. Although he did not participate in the banishment of the Lu clan, he absolutely supported the banishment of the Lu clan because of Lu Qi. He was born in a branch of the Wang clan and deeply experienced the helplessness and inferiority of a branch in front of a direct descendant. He himself had reached the ancestor realm and brought a status that was comparable to that of a direct descendant for his branch. Wang Miaomiao's appearance also gave his branch hope of continuing its status. However, everything was ruined after Wang Miaomiao met Lu Qi. This rascal actually dared to flirt with Miaomiao. Miaomiao was even more disappointing and actually fell in love with him. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. Even though Lu Qi was a rascal, he was the legitimate son of the Lu family. At the very most, they could just let Miaomiao marry him. However, this scoundrel actually didn't intend to marry Miaomiao. He'd personally gone to the Lu clan to ask for her hand in marriage, yet he'd failed, causing him to become the laughingstock of countless people. This was the reason why he continued to guard the outside world. He didn't have the face to face others. Even if the Lu family was exiled, he didn't want to return. It was all Lu Qi's fault. This was all because of this rascal. This rascal's wife was snatched and Miaomiao was also flirted with by him. This rascal was too shameless. The more Wang Jian thought about it, the angrier he became. Then he attacked and slashed with his sword. Lu Qi shrugged. The name, Square Scale, has made you arrogant. You actually dared to attack a member of the Lu clan of the same realm. That's called asking for a beating. On the other side, Lu Tianyi and Lu Yin left the Shenwu Sky and headed to the Cold Immortal sect. Although the people of the Shenwu Sky were not punished, the Shenwu Sky was also thrown into the middle realm. Only Lu Tianyi could exist in the top realm. The rest could not. The Cold Immortal sect was the same as the Shenwu Sky and the Wang clan. All the important people were taken away. However, Bai Qi did not leave. This was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. She was Bai Wangyuan's daughter. Lu Tianyi also arrived at the Cold Immortal sect. The Cold Immortal sect used to be majestic and unreachable, but now, it seemed so small under the golden light of Lu Tianyi. When they arrived outside the Cold Immortal sect, Lu Tianyi frowned. Bai Wangyuan used Sky Beyond to reflect the invincible brand, making everyone who succeeded in Sky Beyond unable to face him. With such a character, he should have known that he had thoughts of rebellion. The Lu family controls the Fifth Mainland, but it is not the master of the Fifth Mainland. The Lu family can't control what the Cold Immortal sect and other sects do, and they don't want to. However, from now on the situation will change. The Lu family and the Above Heaven sect will be under your command. We're too tired. Lu Feng is dead and your father Lu Qi is too impulsive. He's not suitable to lead the Lu family. Only you can. Lu Yin had said these words before and now Lu Tianyi said it again. Lu Yin felt that they were on guard against something. Within the Cold Immortal sect, Bai Qi, Bai Ting and a group of people walked out. In terms of numbers, the Cold Immortal sect definitely had the largest number of disciples in the four cardinal scales. The most unlucky ones were the new disciples who had joined the Cold Immortal sect. They were the ones who had left a palm strike outside the Cold Immortal sect's mountain gate. They had faced the same difficulties as the previous disciples, but they had never experienced the lofty status of the four cardinal scales. They had been beaten back to their original state by the Lu family so quickly. Bai Ting followed behind Bai Qi with a bitter expression. He wanted to escape, but he was forced to stay behind. This was the responsibility of the sect master. The problem was that he, the sect master, was just a decoration. On the contrary, Bai Su had escaped. The group of Cold Immortal sect members walked out, but before they could salute Lu Tianyi, the top world shook. The aftermath of a battle between progenitors could be heard from afar. Bai Qi's expression changed. That direction? Lu Tianyi raised his hand and pointed. It's time to deal with Bai Wangyuan's dirty tricks. Just like the Wang family's sphere of light, Sky Beyond Heaven was split into two. All the white clouds dissipated, and the peace that had always shrouded the Cold Immortal sect disappeared. However, Bai Qi was not in the mood to care about this. She looked at Lu Yin. Why is there a battle between progenitors? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Don't you know? Bai Qi's face paled. They had not escaped. How could this be? The Cold Immortal sect had met up with the Wang family and planned to head to the Six Paths Society, but they had been discovered by the Above Heaven sect. If they had known, they would have escaped from the sect. Bai Qi did not know that they could not leave even if they wanted to. Those people from the Six Paths Society were already under Lu Yin's control, or rather Wang Wen's control. If the sect wanted to escape, they would have to tear through the void and head to an unknown parallel universe. However, if they met up with the Wang family, they would definitely be betrayed by Wei Rong. The four cardinal scales were destined to not be able to escape. Only Bai Wangyuan and a few others were outside. Bai Qi closed her eyes. In the end, she could not escape. Bai Ting greets Forefather Tianyi. Bai Ting bowed. The Cold Immortal sect disciples behind him also bowed. Lu Tianyi did not even look at them. His gaze landed on Bai Qi. When you were born, I held you in my arms. I never thought that there would be a day when I would personally destroy the Cold Immortal sect. Bai Qi's gaze dimmed. Forefather Tianyi, please let the disciples behind us go. They are innocent. Lu Tianyi's gaze was cold. Whether they are innocent or not, and whether they have harmed the Lu family's people, someone will investigate. For a long time, the Cold Immortal sect had been the leader of the four cardinal scales. Bai Xianer had even used a red flower rain to end the Lu family. The Lu family had also been exiled on the day of Lu Xiaoxian and Bai Xianer's wedding. The Cold Immortal sect was different from the other three sections. However, Bai Wangyuan and Bai Xianer were not around. The current Cold Immortal sect was just a shell. Lu Tianyi had pushed the Cold Immortal sect to the middle plane. This was the third sect. The fall of the Cold Immortal sect represented the end of the era of the four cardinal scales. Bai Qi and the others were thrown into the middle plain like the Wang family. Bai Wang Yuan and the others would return one day. Even if they did not return, the Lu family would still settle this score. They were the main culprits. Far away, Wang Jian looked ahead in a daze. His sword was broken and his ancestral world was also pierced. Opposite him, Lu Qi shook his arm. Old Ancestor Jian, is your ancestral world going astray? What is this? Are you trying to scare me? Wang Jian was bitter. He had cultivated for so many years, and Lu Qi was only born after he became an ancestor. However, such a junior defeated him easily. This was the Lu family, the invincible Lu family. Then let's end this. Lu Qi raised his hand and pointed the Xidagarba needle at Wang Jian. Wang Miao Miao shouted, Lu Qi, stop. Lu Qi looked over. What? This old man beat you up so badly. Are you going to plead for mercy? Wang Miao Miao glared at him. This is my business. The old ancestor did not participate in the exiling of the Lu family. You can't kill him. Wang Jian waved his hand. You don't have to say any more. Miao Miao, live well. Lu Qi, I can die, but I hope you won't appoint a general. Lu Qi put down his hand and the Xidagarba needle disappeared. Are you kidding? Is there something wrong with my brain if I don't appoint a general? Wang Jian roared furiously. The reason why the Lu family is hated is because of the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. If you don't repent, there will be a new 4-way scale to replace you one day. Lu Qi's eyes widened. Above his head, the golden light of the deification catalog swept across the top world, attracting everyone's attention. The Lu family's actions are not for you losers to judge. Wang Jian, I'll give you a choice. Choose between the deification catalog and the general appointment platform. Wang Jian trembled in anger. Old ancestor Wang Fan was also conferred the title of a god. Wang Jian had always treated her well. If not for him, she would have died 10,000 times for cursing Wang Fan. Wang Jian clenched his fists. Lu Qi rolled his eyes. Stop comforting yourself. I want to be conferred the title of a god. I'll need it to fight Wang Fan in the future. What do you think? Choose to die if you have the ability. If you die, I'll appoint a general. Wang Jian roared furiously. Lu Qi, you shameless lunatic. Lu Qi was disdainful. I don't like pretentious people like you. You're obviously afraid of death, but you're finding excuses for yourself. Hurry up, my time is limited. I still need to catch up with my precious son and get to know him better. Chapter 28:43. No matter how helpless Wang Jian was, he could only choose to become a god in the end. Otherwise, there would be no difference. If he kept his life, he would at least be able to protect his bloodline. After Wang Jian became a god, Lu Qi laughed. Finally. Ever since progenitor Wen died, I haven't become a god. Old Wang Jian, you're the first. Wang Jian was bitter. This bastard. Wang Miao Miao glared at Lu Qi, but there was nothing she could do. This person was just like that. Lu Yin arrived. Father. Lu Qi's expression changed as he faced Lu Yin. He became steady and dignified, but of course he tried his best to appear gentle. Little Xian, you're here. Where's forefather Tianyi? Lu Yin replied. He said that he's going to have a chat with the divine eagle and ask why it didn't help the Lu family. Lu Qi subconsciously looked at the sovereign realm. Only forefather Tianyi and forefather Lu Yuan would dare to do that. The divine eagle is not to be trifled with. He then pointed at the divine seal catalog above his head. Little Xian, I've sealed God King sword. You're now a half-ancestor, so you should be able to become a godly ancestor as well. I'll think of a way for you to become a god as well. The divine seal catalog could not be repeated. Once someone from the Lu family became a god, they would not be able to become a god again unless that person died. Otherwise, the Lu family would truly be invincible. Lu Yin smiled. I've also become a progenitor. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. I also became a god when I was a half-ancestor. You're definitely stronger than me. Lu Yin did not take out the divine seal catalog for fear of scaring Lu Qi. He had already become a god with 6 progenitors. Wang Jian watched the conversation between Lu Qi and Lu Yin and felt sullen. Lu Qi was like a madman in front of others, but he was like a sheep in front of his own son. It was disgusting. In the distance, the people from the 4 cardinal scales stood quietly, waiting for Lu Yin to deal with them. Among them, Xia Ziheng was the most terrified, but when he recalled Lu Yin's promise, he calmed down slightly. Lu Yin looked at them. They were all familiar faces except for Wang Jian. However, Lu Yin was not interested in Wang Jian. Since his father had made him a god and not a general, that meant that he had nothing to do with the Lu family's banishment. Little Xian, what do you think we should do with these people? Lu Qi asked. In the past, other than Patriarch Lu Feng, Patriarch Tianyi, and a few others, the opinions of others had nothing to do with him. Even Lu Xiaoxian, Lu Qi didn't have such an attitude. Now Lu Yin had helped the Lu family shoulder too much, and the entire Lu family felt that they owed him. Lu Qi felt the same way, and even though he was Lu Yin's father, he still tried his best to coax him. Lu Yin wasn't used to Lu Qi's attitude, but there was nothing he could do about it. He wasn't good at emotional conversations, so he left it at that. Send it to the central calm sea to guard the 100,000 waterways, Lu Yin said. Lu Qi's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Good idea. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't this a common punishment method used by the Lu family? Was it even worth praising? Amidst the crowd, Xia Ziheng heaved a sigh of relief. Guarding the 100,000 water paths was better than dying. The reason why the Four Directions balance was defeated was because the old ancestor had yet to return. When the old ancestor returned and joined forces with the Six Directions Society, the Lu family might not be able to get away with it. Just as he was thinking, Xia Ziheng and Lu Yin suddenly looked at each other. Lu Yin smiled. Xia Ziheng, stay behind. Forefather Tianyi wants to chat with you. Xia Ziheng's eyes narrowed and he felt weak all over. An indescribable fear enveloped him and he knew that things were not good. The Lu family was going to settle the score. Most of the people from the Four Directions balance had not done anything to the Lu family, as they were just following orders. However, those who had a blood debt with the Lu family were different. He was one of them. Lu Qi looked at Xia Ziheng. You old thing, you're here too. If little Xian hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about you. Lu Yin was curious. Father, you know him? Lu Qi sneered. Very well. That old thing has slandered my Lu family many times, but he's always done it in secret. I discovered him once and taught him a lesson. From then on he didn't dare do it again. Little Xian, why are you keeping him here alone? Did he do something overboard? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Father, do you still remember that old servant? Every time I was about to fall, he was the one who supported me, coaxed me and kept me company. Lu Qi's expression changed. What about him? Right, I didn't see him when I came back this time. Did he also? Lu Yin told him about the old servant. Lu Qi's face was gloomy as he looked at Xia Ziheng with killing intent. Xia Ziheng's body turned cold. Lu Xiaoxian, you promised not to do anything to me. We made a deal. Are you going back on your word? Lu Yin looked at him. I won't do anything to you, but even if I don't say anything, the family will find out what you did. Xia Ziheng, I've tolerated you for a long time. Xia Ziheng jumped up and tried to escape, but Lu Qi easily suppressed him and smashed him into the ground, shattering all the bones in his body. Lu Qi did not use too much strength or Xia Ziheng would have died immediately. It's too easy for you to die immediately. Old thing, you have to pay the Lu family's debt slowly. Lu Yin left and headed to Dragon Mountain. In the Four Directions balance, Ancestor Long died and Lu Tianyi lost interest. The entire White Dragon clan only had Ancestor Long, and it was Ancestor Long who pushed the Lu family out with the ancestral Mang, not the White Dragon clan. Since the Lu family was not implicated, he had no interest in going to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin was different. Dragon Mountain had Long Shi and the Ancestor Long's special pupil that he had sent over. As the Four Directions balance sank into the middle world, the atmosphere in Dragon Mountain was very heavy. Enai Huang led the White Dragon clan and stood quietly, waiting for the Lu family's arrival. No one from the White Dragon clan spoke. Long Tian and Long Shi stood behind Old Monster Long. At the front, Enai Huang's aura was faintly discernible, making Old Monster Long uncomfortable. That was Ancestor Long's aura. Enai Huang used the Ancestor Long's special pupil to have the strength to fight against an Ancestor Corpse King. If not, the White Dragon clan would have suffered heavy casualties. Lu Tianjing arrived, covering the sky. The Lu family's disciples looked down at Dragon Mountain with murderous eyes. They crashed into the highest peak of Dragon Mountain, causing everyone's heart to tremble. So what if Enai Huang could fight against an ancestor? Lu Tianjing was not someone they could offend. The Lu family was not as humble as others in front of an ancestor. The White Dragon clan lowered their heads even more, and the golden light completely covered them. Only Long Tian, Long Shi and a few others dared to look up. In Lu Tianjing, an old woman and Long Tian looked at each other and her eyes widened. Impudent. 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 Long Tian's body swayed and he almost coughed up blood. Although the Lu family only had 3 progenitors, there were many half-martial ancestors. Even without the God Investiture Catalog and the General Appointment Platform, the half-martial ancestors of the Lu family were not ordinary half-martial ancestors, let alone Long Tian. Old Monster Long pulled Long Tian over and looked at Lu Tianjing. He also looked at the old woman and his face paled. He bowed slowly. "Greetings, senior." The old woman looked down at Old Monster Long. "Shameless traitor. If not for the young master's benevolence, we would have killed all of you." The White Dragon clan was terrified. Even with Ni Huang in front, they did not doubt the old woman's words. Lu Tianjing had the strength. Even without an ancestor, they still had the confidence to say such words. No one from the White Dragon clan refuted, not even Ni Huang. They were all suppressed by Lu Tianjing. Soon Lu Yin arrived. He tore through the void and was less than 100 meters away from Ni Huang. Under the golden light, his shadow seemed to tear Dragon Mountain apart. Ni Huang immediately tried to retract her aura, but Lu Yin took a step forward and forcibly shattered her aura. Ni Huang was shocked. She still could not control the increase in her aura brought about by her other pupil. Even if she could control it, it was useless against Lu Yin. This person had the strength to suppress her. "Quite orderly," Lu Yin said calmly. Ni Huang took a deep breath and bowed slowly. "The White Dragon clan greets the Lu clan." "Greetings to the Lu clan." "Greetings to the Lu clan." Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and swept his gaze across the faces of the White Dragon clan. He saw Long Tian's indignation, Xiao Qian's fear, Long Zhang and the rest. All of the White Dragon clan members were waiting for their fates. The other 3 parties had already disappeared from the top world. Long Xian's fate was the same. Lu Yin's gaze was fixed on Great Elder Ni Huang. "How are you doing with your other pupils?" Ni Huang stepped forward and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. If not for the young master, the White Dragon clan might have been annihilated. The young master's kindness is greater than the heavens. Please accept my bow. As she spoke, Ni Huang bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Not only her but the entire White Dragon clan also bowed deeply. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "I don't care if the White Dragon clan is annihilated." Ni Huang was stunned. She maintained her bow and did not move. Long Tian got up and wanted to say something. However, a ray of golden light fell from Lu Tianjing and pressed him to the ground. No one dared to move. They all maintained their bow and faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tone was indifferent. "By saving you, I'm sorry to those who sacrificed themselves for the Lu clan. Many people died to protect me. You should know how much the Lu clan hates you. Don't make me sound so noble. I don't intend to save you. I'm just saving Long Shi." Long Shi's body trembled. She did not say anything and maintained her bow. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. In the entire White Dragon clan, only she feels sorry for the Lu clan. Only she is indebted to me and has feelings for me. Only she helped me without hesitation after knowing my identity. I gave her the other pupil, not the White Dragon clan. Be clear. The White Dragon clan and Long Shi are 2 different things. The White Dragon clan still maintained their bow and did not dare to move. Another ray of golden light fell. This time it lifted Long Shi gently. Long Shi felt the Lu clan's light again. It was so familiar and so nostalgic. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yin. "Young master, since you say so, can I plead for mercy on behalf of the White Dragon clan?" Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. "Yes. Young master, please allow the White Dragon clan to descend to the mortal world. From now on, the White Dragon clan will only obey the Lu clan. We will not dare to disobey the Lu clan's orders. Even if we die, it will be considered as us repaying our past sins." Ni Huang and the rest did not change their expressions. Long Shi had mentioned that she wanted to bring the White Dragon clan to the mortal world. However, at that time the dragon ancestor had just died. The Cold Immortal sect and the other 3 clans had also said that they would not give up on the White Dragon clan. They wanted to maintain the balance of power. That was why they stayed. However, as time passed, the other 3 clans revealed their true colors. The The White Dragon clan also saw through them. Chapter 2844. Previously, when the progenitor Realm Corpse King had attacked, the White Dragon tribe had almost been wiped out and Long Ku had also died. At that moment, An Huang had seen the path of the White Dragon tribe clearly. They should go to the mortal realm. Even the middle realm was not a place where they should stay. Lu Yin agreed, as the 100 waterways were much safer than the mortal realm. At the very least they wouldn't have to worry about being killed by the creatures in the mortal realm. However, the White Dragon tribe still had to investigate thoroughly to see if anyone among them had harmed the Lu family. Otherwise they would end up like the other three parties. Rumble. Dragon Mountain was suppressed by Lu Tianjing and slowly sank. When Dragon Mountain completely disappeared from the top world, the starry sky tree ushered in the era of the Lu family again. The golden light illuminated the entire starry sky tree, illuminating the mother tree. Many people had been waiting for Lu Tianjing's arrival for a long time. In the Middle Plain realm, an elder put down his hoe and laughed loudly. Some children changed their appearances and leaped up to meet up with the Lu family. Crowds of people walked out from dark corners and saluted towards the sky, releasing fervent cheers. Those loyal to the Lu clan who had been hidden in the Middle Realm had all come out. Although Lu Yin had revealed his identity, the astral trees were still under the control of the four-way scales, so these people had not dared to reveal themselves. The King of Adventure Zhou Xian, and even the Misty Rain Pavilion's Sunset Rain made their way to Lu Tianjing. They wanted to pay their respects to the main family. The starry sky tree was destined to experience a storm. It wasn't just the four-way scales that had persecuted the Lu family. Those who were loyal to the four-way scales had contributed as well. In fact, they were even more active than the four-way scales. The Adventurer King and the others had noted down these people. None of them could escape. Lu Yin went to the farmer's village to pacify them before heading to Xian Academy. Finally he headed to Lu Tianjing. For the time being he wasn't clear about the Six Direction Society's situation, so his identity as Xianxia was useless. In the future when he went to the Six Direction Society he could only use his identity as Lu Yin. Currently, the Above Heaven sect and the Lu family controlled the Fifth Mainland. Although there was no conflict between them because of Lu Yin, they still needed time to work together. During this period of time, Lu Yin had a good chat with Patriarch Lu Yuan. There were too many things that he wanted to know. 2 months later, Lu Yin sat in the back mountains of the Above Heaven sect, holding a fishing rod as he stared at the calm surface of the lake. Wuxia walked out. "Junior brother, are you looking for me?" Lu Yin said, "Senior brother, you've kept me in the dark for a long time." Wuxia did not understand. "Hide it from you?" Lu Yin put down his fishing rod and looked at Wuxia. "You've inherited the Mountain Sea Academy." Wuxia laughed. "It's not a big deal." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Not a big deal. That's old ancestor Tiany's Mountain Sea. If old ancestor Tiany hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known that you had inherited it." Wuxia smiled and said, "You know very well how exaggerated master standards are when it comes to accepting disciples. Be it me, you, Qingping or brother Mufeng, we all have talents that are completely different from ordinary people. The Mountain Sea realm is a very powerful force in the Fifth Mainland, and it can be considered the power of the primogenitor's inheritance. However, it is not that important to us. My ancient tracing and your 9-yang cauldron transformation. Once you cultivate it to a certain level you can transcend." Lu Yin was puzzled. "Transcend?" Wuxia looked at Lu Yin. "Didn't Patriarch Lu Yuan tell you? Patriarch Lu Yuan should know about Master's origins, right? Actually, I don't know what transcendence means either, but Master mentioned it before. I thought you would be able to get the answer from Patriarch Lu Yuan." Lu Yin retracted his gaze. "Master, it's from outside the realm." Wuxia looked at Lu Yin's back. "Did Patriarch Lu Yuan say that?" Lu Yin nodded. The Patriarch didn't go into too much detail. Perhaps he doesn't know. Mr. Mu once drank tea with the Patriarch and gave pointers to the Three Realms' 6 paths. The Patriarch said that this outside is different from what we understand. At this point Lu Yin's expression sank. The Patriarch also said that humans can have outside powerhouses to help them and so can the Eternals. Wuxia's expression turned serious. This sentence opened up a new line of thought for everyone who heard it. For a long time, everyone had thought that the Eternals were a unique race and that they were only a race. Those who joined them were either corpse kings or traitors to the human race. However, they had never thought that they also had allies. What kind of people could become allies with the Eternals? The weaker ones were corpse kings while the stronger ones like Gu Yizhi were 7 sky gods. If they wanted to talk to the Eternals as equals, they had to be at least at the 3 realms 6 paths, or even at the level of a Grand Empyrean. No matter how many such allies the Eternals had, even one was enough to give them a headache. Lu Yin thought of curmudgeon Mo, who had acted when the Eternals attacked the Above Heaven sect. There was also Luo Shan. Once they joined the Eternals, they would definitely not be weak. They would be even stronger than the captains of the True God Guard, and this was only what Lu Yin knew. This was why he was sitting here fishing. He needed to calm his mind. Because the enemy was still unknown. As long as people of that level did not show themselves, who knew where they were or what kind of power they had? Bai Rong and the Thunderlord were such people. If they did not show themselves, even if Lu Yin had defeated the 4 cardinal scales and not contacted the 6 Path Society, he still wouldn't know about these powerhouses. Mr. Mu was from the outside, and if he could help the humans, then the Eternals' helpers might also be from the outside. This outside was different from what they had imagined. Where's Patriarch Lu Yuan? Wuxia asked. Lu Yin replied. He went to the Lost Clan. Wuxia did not understand the Lost Clan, so he did not ask further. Lu Yin, on the other hand, knew that the Lost Clan had a power that was different from this spacetime. That ancient card had broken through the ancestral seal's restrictions, which reminded Lu Yin of Mr. Mu's words about transcendence. Did this transcendence correspond to that ancient card? Over the past 2 months, Lu Yin had frequently requested to meet Lu Yuan and speak with him. Lu Yuan knew a lot about Lu Yin and Lu Yin learned a lot from him. Mr. Mu was just one of the things that Lu Yin had learned, and he had also asked about Immemorial City. Regarding Immemorial City, Patriarch Lu Yuan had only said 2 words, the sequence's string. Lu Yin wanted to ask more, but Patriarch Lu Yuan did not say anything. He said that Lu Yin would only be qualified to know more about Immemorial City after he understood what the sequence's string was. For Lu Yin, it was not good to know some things too early. Lu Yin took Patriarch Lu Yuan to see Zhao Ran, and he wanted the Patriarch to identify whether it was destiny, but Patriarch Lu Yuan could not. Lu Yin also asked Wu Tian about the Grim Reaper. Most of the things that Lu Yuan knew were from the era of the Daoist sect, but he did not know much about the 9 mountains and 8 seas or the Lu family's past before they had been exiled. Lu Yin could only gather information from Lu Tianyi and Lu Qi. What he was most concerned about was the seal on his back. The seal was a barrier and protection that the Lu family had set up for Lu Yin. If he could not break the seal, then it would be very difficult for him to return to the Lu family. However, he would not die so easily under the seal as it had been set up by the Lu family. Lu Yin knew that Bai Xianer clearly understood the seal. When the Lu family had been exiled, Bai Xianer had only been a junior. No matter how powerful she was, she could not have interfered with the Lu family's exile. However, not only had she interfered, but she was also related to the seal. Lu Yin could not understand this. Lu Tianyi did not give him an answer, and Lu Yin did not know either. He could only confirm one thing. Bai Xianer definitely had nothing to do with the seal. This answer left Lu Yin uncertain. He was certain that it was because he had broken the seal that he had attracted Bai Xianer's killing intent back in the 5th mainland. She definitely had something to do with the seal. Aside from the matter of the seal, Lu Yin had also learned quite a bit about the Daoist sect's era from Lu Tianyi, including the war with the 6th mainland. Lu Yin had specifically asked about Progenitor Chen's status, but even Lu Tianyi did not know if Progenitor Chen was still alive. Although Lu Yin was publicly acknowledged as the strongest, that was only because he had the support of the Divine Seal Catalog. Without the Divine Seal Catalog, Lu Tianyi was not confident that he could suppress Progenitor Chen, Ancestor Ku and the others. In Patriarch Lu Tianyi's words, some people could achieve things in a short amount of time that others could not achieve in an endless amount of time. Progenitor Chen and Ancestor Ku clearly belonged to this category. Their innate gifts were too exaggerated, and it was difficult to determine the bottom line of their strength. Lu Yin was even more so, as his achievements could be considered number 1 since ancient times. Of course, this did not mean that Progenitor Chen and the others could surpass Lu Tianyi. It was just that they had never truly tested each other's strength, especially since Lu Tianyi was a senior, so he could not act against Progenitor Chen and the others. As for the symbol progenitor, he was the type of person who appeared to be a fool. He might be like this today, but he might not be the same tomorrow. The person that Lu Tianyi cared about the most was progenitor Hui. Lu Tianyi had said that progenitor Hui could not have died, and even if everyone saw that he had died, Lu Tianyi would not believe it. However, Lu Tianyi did not know where progenitor Hui was or what he was doing. Wang Yuan belonged to the type of person that was relatively easy to see through during that era. Just like the fog progenitor, although he was also good at hiding his strength, his hidden strength was still easily seen through. The most sinister person was Wang Fan, and this evaluation happened to coincide with Xiaxinji's. Wang Fan represented a deep and sinister person, and nobody could guess what he would do. In Lu Tianyi's words, Wang Fan was the type of person who would harm others without benefiting himself. He would not receive any benefits, and he would only want to eliminate someone he did not like. He would even take that person down with him. Wang Fan had encircled himself in a set of rules that he had set himself. He would strictly abide by his own rules, even if the heavens did not tolerate them. This was a person who seemed calm but was actually extremely extreme. In fact, whether it was Lu Yuan or Lu Tianyi, Lu Yin had asked them the same question. Did they know that Madman Lu was Redback? Lu Yuan fell silent, and so did Lu Tianyi. They did not give a definite answer, but this answer was equivalent to admitting it. If the Lu family had done anything wrong to humanity, then it was to let Madman Lu live. This was what Lu Yuan had said. After that, he left for the Lost Clan. However, Lu Yin knew that the Lost Clan was just a side trip. His true destination was the reincarnation spacetime. He wanted to ask the Grand Empyrean for Madman Lu. No matter what, Madman Lu was a traitor of the Lu family, and he had to be brought back. Lu Yin fished for 3 days in the above heaven sect's back mountain, but he did not catch a single fish until Lu Yuan came. Lu Yuan was infuriated. That crazy woman is unreasonable. Lu Yin put down his fishing rod and had Zhao Ran pour a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. Ancestor, the Grand Empyrean is unwilling to release him? Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. That woman said that Madman Lu is the great stone saint that she acknowledged. Bah, she's just trying to disgust me. Lu Yin asked, Madman Lu, what's going on? Chapter 28:45. He hadn't asked this question before, but now he had to. If the Grand Empyrean didn't let Lu Yin go and didn't believe that Madman Lu was a redback, then things would get troublesome. They had to think of a solution, or else the Lu family would be the first to bear the brunt of the consequences. Lu Yuan's expression turned ugly. He had left in a hurry when Lu Yin had mentioned Madman Lu, but he hadn't expected this brat to be so tactless as to ask. Ancestor, I know you don't want to talk about it, but as the 5th mainland's Dao Master, I have the right to know so that I can deal with it, Lu Yin said bluntly. Lu Yuan's expression turned unnatural. Deal with it. Lu Yin looked at him. Kill. Lu Yuan moved his finger and slowly sat down. At that moment, Zhao Ran arrived with a cup of tea for Lu Yuan. It was a rather strange cup of tea that was bubbling and possibly even had worms swimming within it. Lu Yuan stared at the tea and then at Zhao Ran. Was this girl trying to poison him? Zhao Ran looked expectantly at Lu Yuan and blinked her large eyes. Lu Yin coughed. Ancestor, it's delicious. Zhao Ran's tea is a specialty of our above heaven sect. Lu Yuan raised his brows and took a sip. With his strength, what kind of poison could kill him? It tasted sweet as the worms exploded in his mouth, giving him a refreshing feeling. There was an indescribable fragrance in the aftertaste. Good tea. Zhao Ran was delighted. Thank you, Grandpa. Ah. Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Zhao Ran calling him Grandpa was very pleasing to him, and he subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. This child is not bad. Little 7, learn from your father. Lu Yin realized that Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and even his own father Lu Qi were all thinking about him. Ancestor, I already have Yen. Lu Yuan sighed. That's why I want you to learn from your father. After saying that, he took another sip. Zhao Ran left happily. She was very satisfied as long as someone liked her tea every day. Lu Yuan put down the teacup and gestured for Lu Yin to take a seat. Lu Yin sat down across from Lu Yuan and waited quietly. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment and then said in a low voice, I once had a son, Madman Lu. He's my grandson, my biological grandson. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised. Lu's origins were ancient. They had known this long ago, but they hadn't known that it was this ancient. Even in the era of the above heaven sect, he was much older than Lu Tianyi. The direct descendants of the Lu clan all have some general talent, but they might not be able to awaken the God Seal catalog. You know this, right? Lu Yin nodded. But at the beginning I didn't know. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated, but he didn't feel much pain. After all, so many years had passed. I thought that my son would be able to awaken the God Sealing catalog. The reason why he didn't awaken it was because he didn't work hard enough. At that time I was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the strongest person in the above heaven sect. I wanted to be strong in front of others and wanted to compete with others. I won't lose to others. My son shouldn't lose either. Many people say that the God Seal catalog isn't the inherited talent of my Lu family, but I don't believe them. Without the God Seal catalog, how could my Lu family control the 5th mainland with just the general appointment platform? In my opinion, it's far from enough. You must inherit the God Seal catalog. That's why I forced him to cultivate, forced him to risk his life in order to stimulate his talent. My talent can be inherited. It must be inherited. At this point Lu Yuan was still a little agitated, but he was also very numb. He ran away and escaped from the 5th mainland. When he returned he brought Madman Lu and a woman with him. I didn't care about his wife or son. I just wanted him to awaken the God Seal catalog. I was too ruthless. In the end my son died and his wife committed suicide. Madman Lu was the only one left. He watched his parents die with his own eyes and that blow completely changed him. However, he still managed to awaken the God Seal catalog. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. I succeeded and the God Seal catalog can be inherited. I broke the suspicions that everyone in that era had about me. I slapped Fate and Mavis in the face, but the price was that I lost my son Madman Lu and his parents. He looked at Lu Yin. Sometimes people are just that pitiful. Only after losing something do you realize what you have. I wanted to reverse the river of time and prevent my son's death, but in that era the laws were fixed, and the echelons were suppressed by the progenitor's sword. That was the will of the progenitor, and no one was allowed to secretly reverse time. For my son's sake I tried, but I almost caused a disaster. In the end I could only watch as my son died. Lu Yuan took another sip of tea. Little 7, the family won't force the younger generation to awaken the God Seal catalog. This is the reason why. It's useless to force them. If they can awaken it, then so be it. If they can't, then so be it. As for Madman Lu, I understand his hatred for the family, so I didn't restrict him too much. In the end, Gu Yizhi took advantage of him. That bastard actually experimented on Madman Lu and tested his Master Realm battle force, forcing him to become a true madman. Gu Yizhi, that bastard. If I have the chance, I'll definitely destroy him. Lu Yuan was furious. Lu Yin understood. No wonder the 5th and 3rd mainlands didn't get along. Lu Bujing had said that the 5th mainland had always been hostile to the 3rd mainland, and this was the source. Then when did Madman Lu become a redback? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin looked at each other. We really didn't know that he became a redback. We believe you, but we don't know the reason and process. This is also why I was anxious to find the Grand Empyrean to bring Madman Lu back. He's been imprisoned in Lu Tianjing, so how did he become a redback? It's impossible. Lu Yin felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Just because of his words, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi believed him without hesitation. They didn't even try to refute his words. Even if it seemed impossible, they still believed in him. This was the family and they were his elders. Lu Yin looked at the empty cup in front of Lu Yuan. Should I call Zhao Ran for another cup? Lu Yuan waved a hand. No need. Tea doesn't suit me. Grand Empyrean, you insist on not letting him go? Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. If it's just that crazy woman, then it's fine. At worst we can just fight. Because of the Eternals, I've already tolerated the traitors of the 4 cardinal scales in the endless battlefield. However, I can't tolerate Madman Lu being safe and sound. After all, he's a member of the Lu family. But... He looked at Lu Yin helplessly. People from Immemorial City came to resolve this conflict. Lu Yin was shocked. People from Immemorial City? Who? Lu Yin did not know how many people there were in Immemorial City. He only knew that a group of people had entered Immemorial City in history, and now Mr. Mu was there as well. Lu Yuan said, "It's an old acquaintance. If I insist on fighting with that crazy woman, no one can stop me. However, I owe that person a favor, so I can only delay it for now." Lu Yin wanted to ask about Immemorial City, But Lu Yuan had not told him about it before and he would not tell him now. The two fell silent for a moment and then Lu Yuan suddenly said, "Don't underestimate Madman Lu. He's very strong." Lu Yin raised his brows. "I've experienced it before. Madman Lu and the four cardinal scales worked together to set up a trap to kill me, but I used it against them and almost killed him with the trap." Lu Yuan shook his head and looked at Lu Yin seriously. "What you saw was the fifth mainland's Madman Lu, and not the real Madman Lu." Lu Yin didn't understand. He didn't think that Madman Lu was hiding his true strength. When he'd been surrounded by the Lu family's treasury, Madman Lu had even used his corpse king transformation to protect himself. If he'd been discovered, the four-side scale and the Six Directions Association would have eliminated him. There was no way that Madman Lu would take such a risk just to hide his strength. Lu Yuan did not seem to know how to explain it. The title, Dao Master, is not just a title. It also represents the will of this continent. Little 7, do you know? Lu Yin shook his head. If it was only on a spiritual level, then it could be understood that the Dao Master's will was the will of the entire fifth mainland. However, Lu Yuan's words might not be what he was thinking. This was especially true when he had used the overturning sky palm to pass the half-progenitor origin tribulation. He had seen the people of the fifth mainland, and when he had used the primogenitor scripture to pass the tribulation, he had seen the names of countless people from the fifth mainland appear. This was not normal and he felt that there was something more to it. Lu Yuan looked deeply at Lu Yin. The Dao Master is the will of the fifth mainland, the true Dao Master. No matter how far away he is, he can see the people of the fifth mainland and feel their prayers. He can feel their happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. This is not something given by those people but by the fifth mainland. The Dao Master possesses the will of the fifth mainland. Once the Dao Master rejects someone, that person will find it difficult to move a single step in the fifth mainland. Lu Yin did not understand and a blank expression appeared on his face. Lu Yuan thought for a moment. Let's put it this way. Ordinary people need to breathe oxygen to live, and oxygen comes from that region. If someone can control the oxygen in that region with their will, does that mean that they can control the life or death of the people in that region? Lu Yin nodded. Lu Yuan continued. The Dao Master's will is equivalent to the fifth mainland's oxygen. Once the Dao Master rejects someone, that person will have to endure much more than others in the fifth mainland. It is like an ordinary person having difficulty breathing oxygen. It is completely different from a normal person. Lu Yin understood. Are you saying that Madman Lu has been rejected by the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded and said in a low voice. His thoughts are too dangerous. Out of guilt I did not kill him. However, I also could not allow him to harm the fifth mainland, so I rejected him. In the fifth mainland he is like an ordinary person who has difficulty breathing oxygen. Against you all, it would be good if he could even use half of his strength. However, at this point Lu Yuan's expression turned solemn. Once he leaves the fifth mainland his strength will be completely different. Every parallel spacetime has its own laws and will. If someone can reach the level of controlling a will, they will become the spacetime master. For example, the Grand Empyrean you saw controlled the reincarnation spacetime will, which is why she was able to bestow the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. The primogenitor controlled the primordial spacetime will, which is why in that era no one could reverse the river of time. The 6 swords suppressed everyone. As long as Madman Lu is not rejected by a parallel spacetime's will, he will be an ordinary person. If he can gain the favor of that parallel spacetime's will, he will only become stronger. Chapter 2846. Lu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back. There is no such thing as absolute fairness in the universe. The dangerous universe seems to be the same for everyone, but some people can obtain opportunities and climb higher, while others live a difficult life. Lu Yin was surprised. What kind of strength does the spacetime will represent? Lu Yuan looked at him. 3 realms 6 Daos or above. However, you're different. During Lu Xiaoshuan's era, you created the overturning sky palm which catered to the fifth mainland's will. Although you created it unintentionally, it woke me up, which is why I have an impression of you. Lu Yin finally understood. No wonder the fifth mainland seemed to shake every time he used the overturning sky palm. Could I cater to the fifth mainland's will back then? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. That's what I don't understand as well. Even now, you shouldn't have been able to obtain the will of the fifth mainland, let alone the way you were back then. Even if everyone calls you the Dao Lord, That word is like a beacon that signifies that you should have been able to control the will of the fifth mainland. Lu Yin thought about it. I might have a clue. Lu Yuan didn't expect Lu Yin to grasp it. Unless he broke through to the progenitor realm, he shouldn't be able to touch the spacetime will. It was a mysterious power, and how could a half-ancestor touch it? The spacetime will was different from the sequence laws. The sequence laws were a power that could be used, while the spacetime will was a blessing. The heavens I can't see will. Will is a type of wish, an invisible connection. Lu Yin opened his hand and the wordless heavenly tome appeared. Ancestor, there are many names here and they all seem to be from the fifth mainland. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the wordless heavenly tome. This feeling? He stared at the wordless heavenly tome for a long time, and Lu Yin stood to the side without disturbing him. The ancestor could see it, and so could many people at the tea party. In any case, the Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god couldn't see it. After a while, Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. No wonder. No wonder I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will after I returned. It's been transferred. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Tianyi sighed in admiration, but there was also a trace of worry in the depths of their eyes. How should he put it? It was a look of pity and pity. I've been in seclusion for so long, so it's not impossible for the fifth mainland's will to shift. I originally thought that it would shift to that brat Lu Tianyi, as only Lu Tianyi has been acknowledged by the fifth mainland's will. That's why I was able to rest at ease. However, I didn't expect that the Grand Empyrean would block your perception, causing the Lu family to be exiled and Lu Tianyi to be unable to obtain the recognition of the fifth mainland's will. So you succeeded. Dao Master is just a title and it can be used by anyone. However, the recognition of the fifth mainland's will is different. Little Seven, you've experienced a lot, far more than we can imagine. You've also benefited many people. Otherwise, the fifth mainland would not have acknowledged you. The battles that Lu Yin had experienced over the past few years flashed through his mind. He could not even remember what he had experienced, but it seemed like there were more and more statues of him. Patriarch, does this mean that I've obtained the will of the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan nodded. That's right. That's why I couldn't sense the fifth mainland's will. I originally thought that it was because I had been away for too long, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. Lu Yin had previously said that he had 4 inner worlds, but Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had not looked at them. Everyone had their own secrets of cultivation, and even if Lu Yin was a junior of the Lu family, they would not look at his strength, even though they were very surprised by his 4 inner worlds. If Lu Yuan had looked at it at that time, he would have known that Lu Yin had grasped the fifth mainland's will. He was a true Dao master. Every name on this wordless heavenly book represents their recognition of you. Only by doing so can you obtain the fifth mainland's recognition. After all, these people are all from the fifth mainland, and you can now write down the names of those who have been rejected by the fifth mainland's will, Lu Yuan explained. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. The wordless heavenly book had helped him block the power of the fifth mainland's particle, which should have been the power of the fifth mainland. Now he could still use it like this. He wanted to reject by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, by Xianer, and all those who had gone against his will. His will was the fifth mainland's will. Once they are rejected, those people will be like Madman Lu when they reach the fifth mainland, and their strength will be limited, Lu Yuan reminded him. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he blurted out, so the 7 sky gods are unable to display their true strength in the fifth mainland? Lu Yuan laughed. That's right. Otherwise, do you think I would be sleeping peacefully? With Tianyi's strength and the fifth mainland's many progenitors, they can completely stop the 7 sky gods, who are unable to display their full strength. Even if the sole true god comes, Tianyi can still hold them off for a while until I wake up. Lu Yin exhaled. He finally understood. No wonder. So that's how it was. He had been wondering why the 7 sky gods had been so powerful in the 6 directions, but they were like this in the fifth mainland. The undying god had almost been killed by him. He had originally thought that the ancestral Mang had suppressed the undying god sequence laws, and that was definitely one of the reasons. However, the main reason was that the fifth mainland's will did not tolerate them. They were like ordinary people who could not breathe. Lu Yuan said, it's precisely because of this that that crazy woman, the Grand Empyrean, was able to stop the sole true god. Otherwise, a madman who wants to experience suffering. Lu Yin was immersed in the joy of obtaining the wordless heavenly tome and did not pay attention to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Yin and saw that his eyes were shining. Lu Yuan shook his head. Put away the wordless heavenly tome. From now on, unless it's a life or death situation, you are not to use it without my permission. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why is that? Lu Yuan's gaze turned gloomy. If you don't want to die. Lu Yin hurriedly put away the wordless heavenly tome and listened attentively to Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. A Tao master is a lamp. This is a saying that has been passed down in the fifth mainland since ancient times. Have you heard of it? Lu Yin thought about it. Bai Wang Yuan once said that when I wanted to become a Tao master, he told me a story. Lu Yuan listened quietly. This story is very accurate. He definitely did not know what the two words Tao master would bring to the fifth mainland. However, when one cultivates to the progenitor realm, that feeling of unease will grow deeper and deeper. Bai Wang Yuan is like that. Ancestor, what's wrong with being a Tao master? Lu Yuan said seriously, the two words Tao master are a lamp. If I tell you the reason, you will know the karma that comes with it. It's too dangerous. In short, unless you have no other choice, do not use the wordless heavenly tome. Do not expose the fact that you have been acknowledged by the fifth mainland's will. Lu Yin did not believe in karma in the past. However, ever since the Destiny Girl had transferred karma and Saruzin could see karma, he believed in it. There were countless mysterious forces in the universe. He could not possibly understand all of them. Some of these forces might even be prying into the will of space-time. Lu Yuan's reminder made Lu Yin uneasy. The universe he could see was still at a certain level. Once he reached the three-realm six-paths realm, he would be able to see different things. Before this, he had no idea what the will of the universe was. By the way, Ancestor, I broke through to Half-Ancestor and obtained the wordless heavenly tome. I used it to resist the Shaoyin deity's sequence law. Many people in the Six Paths Society saw it. Although they might not be able to see the wordless heavenly tome, they know that I have the power to resist the sequence law. Lu Yin recalled. Lu Yuan said, in every space-time, only those who have been acknowledged by the will can see it. When I saw the wordless heavenly tome, I immediately recognized it as the will of the fifth mainland. However, others cannot see it. Using the wordless heavenly tome to resist the sequence law, I can only say that your inner world is very strong. However, they will not be able to link it to the fifth mainland's will so easily. There's nothing you can do if they do. In short, from now on, you must not use the wordless heavenly tome in battle to prevent more people from recognizing it. Lu Yin nodded. After warning Lu Yin, Lu Yuan's expression relaxed. Although it is dangerous for you to grasp the fifth mainland's will in advance, it is also a magnificent feat that has never been done before. Being acknowledged by the will of spacetime as a half-ancestor, you have the right to write the Book of Exile. Perhaps, other than the primogenitors, no one can surpass you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. When were the three realms and six Daoists acknowledged by the will of spacetime? Lu Yuan thought about it. Everyone is different and they do things differently. For example, the primogenitor gave me the fifth mainland and appointed me as the Tao Lord. I benefited the fifth mainland and spread its cultivation methods. Gradually, I was acknowledged by the fifth mainland. Similar to me were Mavis and Wu Tian. Especially Wu Tian. He passed down the cultivation methods of weapons and received the respect of many. Lu Yin was puzzled. Which spacetime did Wu Tian obtain the recognition of the will of spacetime? During the above heaven era, every continent could be considered its own spacetime. The continent was the foundation, and the Grim Reaper, Wu Tian, and Fate were not the masters of any particular continent. Lu Yuan did not tell Lu Yin. It's not that I don't want to tell you, but if I do, it might cause you to take a detour. Everyone's path is different. With your current strength, you might be able to understand some of the paths, but if you do, it will affect your future cultivation. It's best to let nature take its course. Lu Yin nodded and did not force the issue. He was only a half-progenitor and was still a long way from reaching the progenitor realm. Once he reached that realm, he might be able to pry into the mysteries of the entire universe, such as the sequence particles, the string sequence, and the will of spacetime. There was no single path to cultivation, and his path had never been walked before. Right, let's talk about something else. How did you obtain Chimiko's power? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Lu Yin was stunned. Chimiko. The Grim Reaper that you guys talk about. Lu Yuan naturally revealed this explosive piece of gossip. The Grim Reaper was called Chimiko? Lu Yin was stunned. This name, this aura? Was it the same person? Lu Yuan laughed. I knew you'd look like that. Ah, that's how the primogenitor named things. You'll get used to it. Do you know Wu Tian's real name? Wuda, haha. Lu Yin was stunned. Wuda. Wu Tian changed his name later on. He used his influence to erase the name Wuda. Chimiko did the same, but he didn't change his name and allowed others to call him the Grim Reaper. Anyone who dares to mention Chimiko in front of him would be hunted down. Chapter 2847. Forefather, what's destiny called? Guess. How can I guess? The fourth mainland's desolate god is called Big Yellow. Forefather, I'm still curious about destiny. Guess it yourself. Guess in the direction of weirdness. You have to know that human civilization did not appear at that time. As for names, cheap names are easy to raise. Lu Yin recalled that the desolate god was called Big Yellow and exclaimed, Forefather, you're so simple. So destiny is called? Let's not talk about it. That woman has a trick up her sleeve. She will definitely appear in the future. When the time comes, I'll let her tell you herself. Ah, it will definitely be hilarious. I'm looking forward to that name. Ah. Forefather, have you changed your name? Forefather, why are you leaving? Let's chat. Forefather Lu Yuan still left. After he left, Lu Yin took out the wordless heavenly book and took a deep breath. In the name of the fifth mainland's Tao Lord, I now write down the banished person. From now on, the banished person will never be accepted by the fifth mainland. Billions of beings on the fifth mainland bear witness to this. My name is Lu Yin. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pressed it on the wordless heavenly book. He wrote down the first name, Bai Wangyuan. After Bai Wangyuan's name was written, in a corner of the endless battlefield, Bai Wangyuan's heart suddenly palpitated. His entire body turned cold. He felt like he had lost something, but he did not know what it was. What was going on? He was bewildered. He thought that there was an enemy, but there was no enemy. Bai Wangyuan sat cross-legged and constantly checked his body. There was no problem and there were no hidden injuries. What was going on? The faintly discernible sense of loss grew stronger, and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Could something have happened to the starry sky tree? Bai Wangyuan's face was gloomy. They had been tricked by Lu Yin and thrown into the endless battlefield by the Grand Heavenly Venerate. Just after they arrived, a war broke out at the tea party. The Eternal Race's 7 godheads had invaded the reincarnation space-time. They only found out about it not long after. As for him, Wang Fan and Xianxia, they had all made the same decision, which was not to support the tea party. Since the Grand Heavenly Venerate had thrown them into the endless battlefield, then they would fight there. There was war here as well. Not only did the number of progenitor realm corpse kings not decrease, but there were even more of them than before. Reports from Limitless kept coming in. He was not having an easy time in the endless battlefield, but compared to clashing head-on with the 7 sky gods at the tea party, this place was still much better. While he fought in the endless battlefield, he also paid attention to the news of Limitless. If Grand Empyrean and the others really couldn't hold on, he had to make preparations. But in the end, the war ended and the Eternals retreated. They did not cause any losses at the tea party because the Lu family had returned. When Bai Wangyuan heard about the return of the Lu clan, he felt as if he had been struck by a hammer. He was completely dumbfounded. The Lu clan had actually returned. Zhou Xian had broken through to the half-martial ancestor realm and brought the Lu clan back, ending the invasion of the everlasting race. He knew the situation wasn't good. The return of the Lu clan would definitely mean that old ancestor Lu Yuan had awakened. With old ancestor Lu Yuan's strength in addition to Lu Tianyi's, and the entire Lu clan's terrifying strength, not to mention the 4 directions balance, even the 6 directions faction would feel apprehensive. Not to mention Zhou Xian had been in the 6 directions faction for a long time and had gained the support of a large group of people. Zhou Xiaoxuan's Heavens sect also had many ancestor realm experts. If they worked together, they would be a considerable force. He knew that from now on the 4 directions balance was no more, and they would be stranded in the 6 directions faction. It would be best if the 6 directions faction could protect them, but if not, Bai Wangyuan was also thinking about his next step. First, he had to meet up with Wang Fan. The 4 directions balance had to work together. As for Xianxia, his gaze was cold. The real Xianxia was definitely gone. The Xianxia was helping Zhou Xian, and perhaps it was just a clone. There was no need for the Xia clan. Only the Bai clan and the Wang clan could work together. It would be difficult for him to return to the starry sky of trees immediately. After all, he couldn't find the coordinates of the starry sky of trees. With his understanding of the Lu clan, they probably wouldn't destroy the cold immortal sect and the Wang clan. He could only wait for an opportunity to bring back the younger generation of the Lu clan. In fact, the sect would definitely know about the Lu clan's return, and they would probably escape. Bai Wangyuan had been staying in the intelligence-gathering place these days, paying attention to the news from Wu Li. How the Six Directions faction and the Origin space would interact was related to their survival. Similarly, in the endless battlefield, Wang Fan had the same feeling as Bai Wangyuan. He felt that he had lost something, but he didn't know what it was. In the reincarnation spacetime, Bai Xianer suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the starry sky. My name? Brother Zhou Xian, you're really heartless. In the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin looked at the three names written on the Wordless Heaven book, Bai Wangyuan, Wang Fan and Bai Xianer. These were the first three names that he had written down after understanding the Daolord's will. There would definitely be more names in the future, but he hoped that there wouldn't be any. Putting away the Wordless Heaven book, Lu Yin took a step forward, tore through the void and headed to the hyperspace. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, without the help of the Void Master Elder Gu and the others, he wouldn't have been able to force Bai Wangyuan and the others to frame him. It was the Void Master and the others who had cooperated. This favor had to be repaid. Patriarch Lu Yuan had already gone to the Lost Clan, so the only ones left were the Void Master and Dimensional Master. The Void Master didn't have anything to say. He had helped him several times and the two were already very familiar with each other. Lu Yin didn't need to specifically thank him as it would seem distant. As for Dimensional Master, Lu Yin felt that it was strange. He didn't have much interaction with him, and if there was any, it was him who had schemed against Dimensional Master. He was the one who had captured He Ran and he was the one who had planted Zijing. He wanted to obtain the sequence particles to research cultivation techniques, but Dimensional Master had helped him so much. He wanted to talk to Dimensional Master. It had been a long time since he came to the hyperspace. Lu Yin looked around and decided to go to the Yu family first. Speaking of which, he was still the hyperspace Heavenly Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master. Standing outside the Zio realm, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his aura surged wildly, sweeping through the entire Zio realm. In an instant, the Zio realm's alarm went off. Yu Fang suddenly walked out and looked in Lu Yin's direction. With a wave of his hand, a screen appeared and Lu Yin's gaze met Yu Fang's. This gaze caused Yu Fang's scalp to go numb. It was him. What had happened at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party had already spread throughout the Six Direction Society, so Yu Fang naturally knew that Xianxia was Lu Yin. In the past, he knew that Xianxia was helping the primordial space, scheming against the hyperspace and the three monarch spacetimes. At that time he had praised Lu Yin's boldness, but now he knew that he had underestimated that person. So Xianxia was Lu Yin. As the master of a sect in the primordial space, Xianxia was actually willing to roam the Six Direction Society alone. One had to know that once he was exposed, everything that had happened in the past would disappear. Xianxia was already standing at the peak of the primordial space, but he had risked going to another peak, a peak that could kill him at any moment. This answer filled Yu Fang with both admiration and fear. If Xianxia was only helping the primordial space, then their cooperation would be fine. But if Xianxia was Lu Yin, then it would be troublesome. Based on Lu Yin's style of doing things, his schemes would definitely exceed Yu Fang's imagination. When they had cooperated with Divine Sovereign Shaoyin, the Yu family had needed Celestial Victor's keepsake to save their lives. Now that they were facing someone even more ruthless, would the Yu family cooperate? Would they still work together as equals? Celestial Victor was very strong, but no matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to a Grand Empyrean, and the Grand Empyrean couldn't do anything about this person. The Lu family had returned, and the Lu family's ancestor had called the Grand Empyrean a crazy woman in public. What would the Yu family do against such a powerful family? Yu Fang's mind spun rapidly. He hoped to cooperate with someone strong or someone smart, but he definitely didn't want to work with someone both strong and smart. Lu Yin was such a person. Xianxi's identity could scheme against everyone, but Lu Yin's identity could suppress everyone. How could he cooperate with such a person? Yu Fang regretted it. He shouldn't have mentioned cooperation when he had last met Xianxia. No matter what Yu Fang thought, Lu Yin had already arrived outside the Zhou realm, and he was doing so openly. He wasn't afraid of anyone seeing him, including Wei Wei. This caused the Yu family to fall into a passive position. Lu Yin stood outside the Zhou realm with a smile on his face. He knew exactly what Yu Fang was thinking. Back then, this person had used Xiao Qingfeng's death and Lu Yin's status in the primordial space to threaten Lu Yin to cooperate, but Lu Yin didn't care at all. This time Lu Yin had come to understand Wei Wei. The more open he was, the less Wei Wei would fear him. Lu Yin wanted to let Wei Wei know that he would first look for the Yu family before looking for him. He wanted to see what Wei Wei was planning. Soon Yu Fang arrived outside the Zhou realm and personally welcomed Lu Yin. Yu Lei followed behind him. "Greetings, Master Lu." "Greetings, Master Lu." The two bowed. Master Lu was a title that referred to Lu Yin. The primordial space was already one of the 6 direction associations, and Lu Yin was the undisputed master of the primordial space. No matter what his cultivation base was, outsiders would still refer to him as Master. Lu Yin smiled at Yu Fang and Yu Lei. "Long time no see, both of you." Yu Fang respectfully said, "Master Lu has arrived. The Yu family has failed to welcome you. Please." Yu Lei looked at Lu Yin curiously. Even she admired him. She might have looked crazy and sloppy in the past, but that was all an act. Ever since she had failed to rebel against Wei Wei, Yu Lei had returned to normal. She was wise and noble, a true princess of the Yu family. People like her would have higher standards, and they would pretend to be crazy in front of people they didn't like. As for Lu Yin, he was someone she truly admired. This person had actually dared to barge into the 6 direction associations on his own. The primordial space back then was different from the current primordial space. At that time, the 6 direction associations loathed the primordial space and even viewed it as an enemy. Once his identity was discovered, he would be finished. Even so, this person had still managed to barge into the 6 direction associations and make a name for himself. More importantly, this person had used Xianxi's identity to fool so many people, stirring up a storm on his own. In the end, he had even broken through to half-ancestor during the tea party and decided the direction of the 6 direction associations. This person was a true legend. He was a legend in the primordial space, and he was also a legend in the 6 direction associations. Lu Yin followed the Yu family's father and daughter into the primordial space. After he entered the Zhou realm, news of Lu Yin's whereabouts spread through the transcendence space. No matter where he went, it would be a big deal. Not just in the transcendence space but also in the entire 6 direction associations. Bai Qian was the first to receive the news and guessed what was going on. She was also confused at the moment. Wei Wei had helped Lu Yin multiple times during the tea party, which was very strange. Chapter 28:48. With the Yu father and daughter leading the way, Lu Yin arrived at a place in the Zhou realm that he had never been to before. It was a place that seemed to be used for mechanical research. Lord Lu, our Yu clan originated from the art of feeding. The Yu clan's ancestor who created the art of feeding was born here. After many years he created the art of feeding. Only the most distinguished guests will be brought here as guests of the Yu family, Yu Fang introduced with a sincere expression. Lu Yin looked around. This place was very ordinary, but it was filled with the traces of time. The Yu family's ancestors' talent was admirable, and the bestow technique was the foundation that had allowed Lu Yin to reach his current height. Yu Lei stared at Lu Yin's back before meeting Yu Fang's gaze. Yu Fang tried his best to treat this meeting as Lu Yin's first visit to the Yu family. As for cooperating with him, he didn't even think about it. Lu Yin looked around and quickly finished looking around. "Family head Yu." Yu Fang quickly replied, "Yes." Lu Yin looked at him in amusement. "The last time we met you said we should cooperate. What kind of cooperation?" Yu Fang's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile and said, "Master Lu, you must be joking. How can the Yu family cooperate with you? In the entire hyperspace, the only one who can cooperate with you is Master Wei." Lu Yin stared at Yu Fang. "What are you worried about?" Yu Fang's expression didn't change as he bowed deeply. "In the past my Yu family was insensible and offended Master Lu. I ask for Master Lu's forgiveness. From now on, my Yu family will not disturb Master Lu in the slightest. Master Lu, please forget everything that happened in the past." Lu Yin laughed. "How could I forget? I remember you saying that the rebellion failed and the Yu family completely declined. However, there are some things that the Yu family couldn't do in the past but the current Yu family can. I don't really understand. Tell me more about it. As he spoke, he casually sat down on a shabby chair. Yufeng looked at Eulele helplessly. Eulele respectfully said, Master Lu, please spare the Yu clan. Yufeng said in a low voice, Master Lu, please let the Yu clan off. Lu Yin shook his head. The Yu family is a space-time family and I'm from the primordial space. How can I let them go? Besides, the Yu family has never offended me. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yufeng. Moreover, the Yu clan has Celestial Victor's keepsake. It should be enough to protect itself. Yufeng no longer spoke. Eulele pursed his lips. Master Lu came to my Yu clan this time and spoke so openly, yet you're talking about cooperation. Don't you find it ridiculous? Yufeng shouted, Lele, don't talk nonsense. Eulele looked at Lu Yin with a stubborn gaze. Everyone knows that my Yu family rebelled against Master Wei and was defeated. The Yu family will not hide anything from others and Master Wei knows as well. Under such circumstances, how can Master Lu still want to cooperate? Perhaps our conversation has already been seen by Master Wei. Is Master Lu not worried that it will cause a conflict between the 6 parties? Enough, Lele. Yufeng pulled Eulele back and hurriedly bowed to Lu Yin. My daughter was rude, please forgive her, Master Lu. Lu Yin rubbed his head. The more openly I appear, the less suspicious Master Wei will be. Lord Vader is unable to monitor me. You can rest assured about that. Yufeng's face was pale. My daughter's words offended Master Lu, but they are also the thoughts of my Yu family. Ever since the rebellion failed, my Yu family will not have any other intentions. If Master Lu wants to cooperate, you can find someone else. Forgive my Yu family for not being able to help. Lu Yin was only trying to scare them so that their conversation would be simpler. Now it was about time. Alright, since you don't want to cooperate with me, then forget it. Yufeng and Eulele heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that they did not want to cooperate. They did not dare to. However, Lu Yin looked up. I want to know about Master Wei. Yufeng was surprised. About Master Wei? Lu Yin leaned forward and stared at Yufeng. You can't even fulfill this request, right? Yufeng did not understand. What does Master Lu want to know about? Everything. Although Yufeng was doubtful, he still said, regarding Master Wei, I can only tell Master Lu what the Yu family knows. If there is nothing that Master Lu wants, please do not make things difficult for me. Master Lu is clear about the relationship between the Yu family and Master Wei. There are some things that the Yu family cannot know. Lu Yin gestured for Yufeng to continue. Yufeng muttered to himself for a moment and then began to narrate. The Yu family had a deep understanding of Master Wei. Whatever had happened to him and any guesses that he had made could be obtained from Yufeng. Lu Yin listened quietly. He had never listened to Master Wei so seriously before. In the past he had treated Master Wei as an imaginary enemy, but that was just an imaginary enemy that divinity Shaoyin had plotted against. Master Wei was on the same level as the 3 sovereigns. Master Wei was an expert but not an absolute expert. However, during the tea party, Master Wei had helped him multiple times and even saved him. This was different. It was better to investigate whether Master Wei was friend or foe. Perhaps Master Wei had concealed himself deeply and was plotting something bigger. Some people were willing to give up their principles for what they needed. After a long period of time, Lu Yin left the Zio realm. He now had a much better understanding of Master Wei. Perhaps Yufeng's narration had some subjective reasons, but Master Wei was not a good person. Master Wei was like a normal cultivator who would do anything to achieve his goals. He was very scheming and ambitious, and his methods were ruthless. It was hard to imagine that such a person would help him during the tea party. After Lu Yin left the Zio realm, Yufeng and Eulele finally relaxed. Father, this Xianxia know it's Lu Yin. He's too unscrupulous. He actually came to cooperate with us openly. He's not worried about Master Wei at all, Eulele said with lingering fear. Yufeng said bitterly, this is also why I didn't want to cooperate with him. Both sides are not equal in strength. Putting aside the benefits, we can't control what he does during the cooperation. His vision, strength and goals are all different. When he disguised himself as Xianxia, he tricked the 6 Direction Society and plotted against ultra space and the 3 sovereign spacetime. Now I even suspect that he's plotting against the entire Six Directions Society. Eulalie agreed. If we cooperate with such a person, we'll be annihilated if we're not careful. However, she changed the topic. Once we succeed, our Yu family will no longer be limited to ultra space. This sentence made Yu Feng's heart skip a beat. He quickly suppressed his impulse and said sternly, people should know their limits. There are some benefits that we can't touch. Even if we succeed with him, the Yu family will only have a new master in the future. What we want is to become the master of ultra space, not the servants of the above heaven. Eulalie stuck out her tongue. Understood. On the other side, Lu Yin didn't know how to find Master Wei. He could only look for Bai Qian first. It was still the same staircase. Now that Lu Yin was here, the situation had completely changed. In the past, he stood at the bottom of the staircase. Now Bai Qian stood beside him and waited for Master Wei's reply. Zhou Gong stood respectfully to the side. At this moment he knew how powerful this Xianxia was. No wonder he could raise Bai Qian to the top. No wonder he was so capable. The current him was enough. He could dominate the entire Six Directions Society. I heard that Master Lu went to the Yu family? Bai Qian asked, looking at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I've dealt with them a few times. Since I came to Ultra Space, I naturally had to take a look. Just to take a look? Master Lu, do you know that the Yu family is rather special in Ultra Space? Are you referring to their betrayal of Master Wei? Bai Qian didn't answer, which could be considered a tacit admission. Lu Yin laughed. I remember that I was also involved in this matter. I was the one who accused He Ran of being a spy, which gave the Yu family the chance to cause trouble for him and drew out Master Wei. Miss Bai, are you blaming me? Bai Qian smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare. It's just strange that Master Lu used Xianxi's identity to accuse He Ran of being a spy and was forced by the Yu family. Now that we know that Xianxi is Master Lu, how could the Yu family force you with your strength? Zhou Gong looked up. He knew that the two people in front of him had an unusual relationship. Asking this question now was equivalent to asking on behalf of Master Wei. If Master Wei had asked this question, Master Lu's answer might not have been satisfactory. Lu Yin calmly replied, Xianqi's identity cannot be exposed. The Yu family doesn't know that Xianqi is me, but they know that I killed Shao Qingfeng. If they tell Divinity Shaoyin my identity as Xianqi, will be in trouble. Now that Divinity Shaoyin had betrayed the Six Paths Association, he was a true spy. Everyone in the Taiyin realm had been imprisoned, and even if Shao Qingfeng was still alive, his fate would not be good. Bai Qian was shocked. Master Lu killed Shao Qingfeng? Lu Yin smiled. Miss Bai, are you trying to avenge Shao Qingfeng? I heard that he likes you. Bai Qian retracted her gaze. Master Lu, you're overthinking it. The two stopped talking and simply waited. After a while, Bai Qian's expression changed and she looked at Lu Yin again. My apologies. Master Wei is currently in seclusion and is unable to meet with guests. Lu Yin frowned. He just went into seclusion? I'm not sure, Bai Qian replied. Lu Yin nodded. In that case, I'll take my leave. Farewell, Master Lu. Bai Qian bowed. Zhou Gong bowed at the same time. In terms of status, they were all lower than Lu Yin, and there were only a few people in the entire Six Paths Association who could speak to Lu Yin as an equal. Although Lu Yin's strength had yet to reach the progenitor realm, he had fought with Divinity Shaoyin for a long time during the Tea Party, which could be considered to have made up for his lack of strength. Moreover, he had an ancestor who dared to scold a Grand Empyrean and Lu Tianyi, whose name had once spread throughout the Six Paths Association. Lu Yin represented a very powerful force. Lu Yin left Bai Qian's place and looked into the distance. What was Master Wei trying to do? If he had gone into seclusion earlier, then Bai Qian would not have waited for his answer. She had clearly waited to tell Lu Yin that Master Wei could meet him, but he had still chosen to go into seclusion. What was Master Wei thinking? Was Master Wei friend or foe? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he suddenly recalled that it had been a long time since he had used his Dai's Enhance. With his current strength, it was very likely that he would be able to fuse with a progenitor's body if he used Enhance. Primal Space Progenitor Realm, Six Paths Association Progenitor Realm, and other than those who could control the sequence particle, almost all of the other progenitors had the ability to fuse with their bodies. If he could really fuse with all of them. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He would have an overwhelming advantage over these progenitors. If he fought against a progenitor who had been fused with before, if he got close enough and fused with them, that progenitor would immediately be controlled. How could he fight against that? This was equivalent to saying that any progenitor he had fused with would be defeated by him. Chapter 28:49. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He had thought of this before, but he had forgotten about it. Now that he recalled it, his strength was just enough to break through to the half-ancestor realm. Yes, roll the die and merge with the progenitor realm. There were only a few progenitors in the entire hexagon order. Apart from those who had grasped sequence particles, he could completely fuse with the remaining progenitors. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. If he succeeded, he would be able to indirectly control more than half of the 6 directional associations' wills. But now the problem was money. What Lu Yin lacked was money. Not only did he lack star essence, but he also needed void god's power with spacetime energy and so on. Even a parallel spacetime was a type of power, but the most troublesome was a hyperspacetime. There was no such cultivation power in this world, so Lu Yin couldn't assimilate it. But it doesn't matter, hyperspace can be put down, the most important thing is reincarnation spacetime. 3 venerables and 9 sages. He estimated that he would be able to assimilate at least half of them. Money, he was short of money. He was short of money now. Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine how much money it would cost to fuse with the progenitor's sword. Although it would not be as exaggerated as repairing the progenitor's sword, it would still cost quite a bit. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the wood dimension to meet senior apprentice brother wood carving. At the tea party he had met senior brother woodcut, but they had not spoken much. Now that he had time, it was a good time to meet him. This was the second time Lu Yin had come to the wood spacetime zone, and this time he had come through third master Mu. The trees spread throughout the entire wood spacetime and Lu Yin saw them again. The person Mu Shikong wanted to meet the most was senior brother Mu carving, and the person he feared the most was Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng was definitely an expert who had grasped the sequence rules. He was on the same level as Su Wei. Because of Qin Lu, this was the first time he had heard of Mr. Daheng in the repose hall. Although Mr. Daheng's attention had already been diverted to Luo Shan's side, with Qin Lu joining the Above Heaven sect, he might still suspect something. Senior Musen, sorry to trouble you, Lu Yin said. Third Master Mu's expression changed. He was terrified. Master Lu, you are too kind. This way please. Lu Yin nodded. Once his identity was exposed, Xianxi's network would change as well. For example, Third Master Mu, the people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and Zhou Xian. This was inevitable. Once a person reached a certain position, their influence would be magnified by that position. As the master of the primordial space, backed by the Lu clan, he had no less than 10 extremely powerful experts at his disposal. Even the ordinary progenitor realm experts of the 6 Paths Association would be wary of such a person. There was no need to even mention the half-martial ancestors and those who had not even reached the half-martial ancestor realm. With Third Master Mu leading the way, the 2 of them headed in the direction of the wooden carving. Back when he was on his way to the realm of wood spirits, he had been escorted by the wooden carving. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that strike had been a greeting to him. After some time he felt a faint pressure in the distance. It was a very familiar pressure that had blocked his path during the tea party. It was Senior Woodcut. Master Lu, Senior Mu carving is just up ahead. I'll take my leave now, Third Master Mu said respectfully. Lu Yin nodded. You've worked hard. Third Master Mu hurriedly said a few polite words and left. After Third Master Mu left, Lu Yin walked towards Mu carving. Very quickly he was not far from him. Senior brother. Mu Feng raised his head. Has the primordial space stabilized? Lu Yin grunted. Mu Feng sat on the tree trunk, his eyes covered by a black cloth. He looked into the distance. Many years ago Master came to me and said that he had taken in a disciple. I asked Master how satisfied he was with this disciple. Master said that he didn't know. Lu Yin was puzzled. Mu Feng continued. Master's rule when taking in a disciple is that the disciple must display strength that he appreciates. It's best if the disciple can surprise him. I did it, but it only satisfied Master 50%. Wuxia did it, but only 40%. Qing Ping did it, but Master didn't know about you. At that time I was curious about your existence. Master's answer was that your path was constantly changing. He didn't know how it would change and he couldn't control it. He couldn't see through it, so he didn't know how satisfied you would be. Now it seems that master was right. Junior brother, no one can see through you. Lu Yin shrugged. Senior brother, you make it sound like I'm very sinister. Mu Feng was very serious. Although his eyes couldn't be seen, Lu Yin could feel it. Only by walking a different path can one break the shackles of a fixed situation. The primordial space was prosperous because of your primogenitor, the 3 realms and the 6 Daos. Each of them walked a different path. The Eternals are very powerful and they walk the path of a true god. If this path is used well, it will be incomparably powerful. If it is used well, it will be used well. The reincarnation spacetime's 3 sovereigns and 9 sages walked this path. The Grand Empyrean believed that her path was correct, but the Eternals have never been surpassed. In my opinion, this is proof that the main space will never reach the heights of the primordial space. Lu Yin was curious. Master, what heights? Mu Feng was silent for a moment. I don't know. Maybe it's the same as the Grand Empyrean, or maybe it's beyond that. I've never seen Master truly fight. Perhaps the only place where Master truly fights is Immemorial City. Senior brother, what kind of place is Immemorial City? Lu Yin asked. Patriarch Lu Yuan had given him 4 words, the sequence of strings. He couldn't figure it out for the time being, but he was curious. Perhaps senior brother Mu Feng could give him an answer. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin. If I tell you that you will die if you take a blow from me, will you obediently stand there and take it? Lu Yin was speechless. Of course not. But if you don't die, you will break through. Who can guarantee that I won't die? Who can guarantee that you won't overturn your current thoughts after you learn something? Mu Feng asked. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. He understood. Just like Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi, there were some things that couldn't be told. However, once he was told, his current thoughts would be shaken. Who could guarantee whether it was good or bad? Lu Yin was walking on an unprecedented path. Even Mr. Mu couldn't see through this path, but what they knew was a path that already existed. If Lu Yin cultivated normally, they could tell him and give him a direction. However, he wasn't cultivating normally. Once he learned about the path that already existed, it would affect his cultivation direction. All right, I won't ask anymore. Lu Yin sighed. Although he didn't know what the Immemorial City was, he was sure that it was related to the current universe and everyone's cultivation system. It was related to the sequence rules. Oh right, senior brother, have you been to the origin space? No. Then do you know senior brother Wuxia and senior brother Qingping? Master said so. In the Lost Clan, the one who left me 81 blows was you, right? Mu Feng placed his hand on the long sword. I want to see what's so special about you that even Master can't give me an answer. Lu Yin was helpless. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I can't take those 81 blows. Mu Feng looked at Lu Yin and could clearly sense his strange expression. It would be strange if you could. Lu Yin blinked. Then why did senior brother slash me 81 times? If you can take it, it means that you are already very strong. At least your will is firm. Not everyone can wake up after being slashed 81 times, Mu Feng said naturally. Lu Yin's face twitched. What if I can't take it and collapse? Then it means that Master lied to me. He was wrong about you. Lu Yin looked at Mu Feng deeply. He felt that senior brother Wuxia and senior brother Qingping were much better than this senior brother Mu Feng. Senior brother Qingping had his own judgment rules. Anyone who violated them would be judged by him, including himself. This was his belief. Senior brother Wuxia sacrificed himself to capture the spy and would not be swayed by the will of the 4-way scales. Even if the Lu family interfered, he would still persevere. They all had their own determination. To be accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu, it was not as simple as having good talent. Compared to them, senior brother Mu Feng was purer and more straightforward. Or rather, he had a one-track mind. Because of Mr. Mu's evaluation, he directly slashed Lu Yin 81 times. Such a person would be very strong in his field of expertise, but as a person he was very difficult to get along with. You took my 81 blows. Those 81 blows are my greeting gift to you, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin said bitterly, senior brother's greeting gift is really special. Mu Feng was puzzled. Is it? Lu Yin could see that Mu Feng was really puzzled. In his mind he could definitely take the 81 blows. After all, he had been evaluated by his master. As long as Mu Feng did not doubt Mr. Mu, he would not doubt that he could not take the 81 blows. Since he could take it, this was a greeting gift. It was very normal. He did not know what would happen if he could not take it. In short, no matter what, he had to take it easy when talking to the senior brother Mu Feng. Mu Feng stared at Lu Yin. 81 blows. Who? Qing Kong, Lu Yin replied. Mu Feng's tone became deeper. He is not dead. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Ever since I slashed him 81 times in the endless battlefield, he disappeared without a trace. I haven't heard any news about him in the Tea Party battle above heaven, the endless battlefield, or even the Six Directions Association's battlefield. Mu Feng said, I fought with him. 81 blows were not enough to kill him. Lu Yin's heart sank. This was troublesome. Qing Kong had not appeared and Lu Yin had thought that this person was dead. Before this, Lu Yin could not determine Qing Kong's strength. After all, he could not determine the strength of the 81 blows. Now it was different. Lu Yin knew that senior brother Mu Feng definitely had the strength to fight against the 7 sky gods. Regardless of the outcome, he was qualified to fight against the 7 sky gods. He was a sequence law realm powerhouse and his 81 blows were not enough to kill Qing Kong. Qing Kong was definitely at this level. The strength of the Eternals was becoming clearer. The only true god, the 7 sky gods, Qing Kong, the captain of the true god guard, the mutants and other ordinary progenitors. These were the strength that the Eternals had displayed so far and they were already very strong. If they still had hidden strength, the Six Direction Association would indeed be difficult to deal with. With your current strength, if you meet Qing Kong again you can deal with him. However, if you want to escape you will have to pay a high price, Mu Feng said. Lu Yin looked at him. Senior brother, what do you mean? I will give you another 81 blows. Mu Feng was very serious. Lu Yin was also very serious. Can you skip the 81 blows and just give me the knife? I can't skip it. This, you don't want it? Then forget it. No, I want it. Alright, I will have to trouble senior brother. Chapter 2850. After the Lu family's return, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi had both said that they would give Lu Yin life-saving treasures. He had been waiting, but there was no such thing as too many life-saving treasures. Woodcut was definitely powerful and his 81 slashes were his trump cards. Even against Sovereign Shaoyin and Curmudgeon Mo, they were still extremely powerful. It was better than nothing. I'm going to slash, Woodcut said. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched and he felt like he was just waiting for death. Right, you can block it. Woodcut's figure disappeared, leaving behind only the flash of a blade that whizzed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he used his infinite inner world. Lines continuously fused into his body, and a blackish-purple substance spread out. In his heart, above the starry sky, the withered tree swayed, imprisoning its power. The first flash was about to descend. When he had first endured the 81 slashes in the Lost Clan, he had been unable to resist at all. His body had been unable to move, and he had been unable to do anything. He had only been able to watch the 81 slashes finish. Now Lu Yin wanted to try resisting. The flash of the blade continued to approach. Lu Yin imprisoned 100 strands of his power, and at the same time he used his infinite inner world to increase his strength. He released it in an instant and used all his strength to dodge. Move it. There was a thump as the tree trunk broke, and Lu Yin's body swayed as he narrowly avoided the first slash. But then the flashes of the blade continued to descend. Lu Yin panted heavily. He could use the same method to dodge the second, third, and even the 81st slash. But was there any point? The 81 slashes were not Woodcut's killing technique. He had only given Lu Yin 81 slashes. Even so, Lu Yin had to use all his strength to dodge them, so what was the point of dodging all of them? If he really wanted to fight Woodcut, his blade would contain sequence particles, and Lu Yin would have to retrieve the wordless heaven book. He would have to rely on flowing light to reverse time, and he would have to use everything he could. Even then, he would only be able to protect himself for a short period of time. It would be impossible for him to win, and it would be difficult for him to escape. This was Woodcut's strength. Back at the tea party, Lu Yin had to use everything he had to contend with Sovereign Shaoyin, and Sovereign Shaoyin's strength was not as fierce as Woodcut's. The current Lu Yin still did not have the confidence to defeat such a powerhouse. However, he was only a half-martial ancestor. It was already not easy for a half-martial ancestor to fight a martial ancestor. Senior brother Qing Ping was one such example. Furthermore, sequence law realm experts were not on the same level as ordinary martial ancestors. When he broke through to the ancestral god realm one day, he would have 4 ancestral worlds and 4 ancestral worlds. Adding the starry sky in his heart, he didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would be then. Saber lights fell one after another. They slashed horizontally, vertically, diagonally, and so on. There were a total of 80 saber lights, and all of them landed on his body. After 80 slashes, a small knife appeared where he had been standing. Lu Yin coughed as beads of sweat dripped down his face. He panted heavily as he grabbed the dagger and hung it around his neck. He had died 80 times for this dagger. Wood carving walked out, and even though he couldn't see his gaze, Lu Yin could sense his surprise. You might be able to avoid all 81 blades. The wooden carving spoke with a sigh of admiration. Lu Yin felt bitter and wiped away his sweat. There's no point. The wooden carving held the long blade. Half-martial ancestor. You're just a half-martial ancestor. Master's evaluation of you was not exaggerated in the slightest. Junior martial brother, you will be the only one who has hope of surpassing Master. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior martial brother has no confidence in surpassing Master? You don't even know Master's strength. Maybe he's not much stronger than you. The wooden carving sat down again and placed the long blade on his lap. Master's cultivation is as vast as the abyss. You'll understand when you reach the ancestral realm. When you look at the starry sky is also looking at you. The starry sky can see through you, but you can't see through the starry sky. The wooden carving fell silent for a moment. Junior martial brother, your strength as a half-martial ancestor is unparalleled since ancient times. However, you must remember not to be careless. This starry sky is too deep. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Senior martial brother, don't worry. He stayed in the wood spacetime for a few days before leaving. He went to the void god spacetime and chatted with Su Wei, Su Leng, Su Heng and the others. He then went to the red domain and found Su Wuji. Su Wuji sighed with emotion as Lu Yin went to the Lost Clan and personally thanked them for their help. The Lost Clan had helped him too much. When he went to Jutian Shidi for the first time, it was Grand Elder Shangu who helped him lure Reverend Xiaoyin away. Later, during the tea party, Grand Elder Shangu helped him several times. The Lost Clan even sent 2 ancestral realms to assist the Above Heaven sect. If not for the Eternals invading too fiercely, the 2 ancestral realms would have been enough to help the Above Heaven sect. Originally, Lu Yin did not need to go to the Lost Clan since Ancestor Lu Yuan had already been there. However, after thinking about it, it was better to go. When Lu Yin arrived at the Lost Clan, Dan Pu personally came out to welcome him. Welcome to the Lost Clan again, Dao Master Lu. Dan Pu laughed. Lu Yin smiled. Sorry to disturb you. Senior Dan Pu, you look so happy. Did something good happen? Since Dao Master Lu can tease me, it seems that you're in a good mood. Have you dealt with the troublesome matters? There are too many troublesome matters. I'll deal with them one by one. Ah, that's true. Please, the Great Elder is waiting for you. Please. Lu Yin did not ask how many single-generation ancestral realms there were in the Lost Clan. He only knew 5, including the newly promoted Dan Fangyi. He did not expect Dan Fangyi to break through to the ancestral realm. Grand Elder Shangu welcomed Lu Yin's arrival. Regardless of the reason, the Lost Clan and the Lu clan had a very good relationship. Lu Yin faced Grand Elder Dan Gu and bowed deeply. This time I, as a junior, would like to thank Grand Elder Dan Gu for your help. Many thanks to the Lost Clan for your help. Junior Lu Yin is eternally grateful. Grand Elder Shangu smiled and helped Lu Yin up. There's no need for this. We have already agreed that the Lost Clan will help you. In the future, when you have the ability, you will also help the Lost Clan. Lu Yin nodded. The ancient card. When Junior breaks through to the ancestral realm, I will definitely help the Lost Clan to try to receive you. Grand Elder Shangu smiled. There's no hurry. We have waited for so many years. Some time ago, your Lu clan's ancestor Lu Yuan came to my Lost Clan and had a good chat. Regarding your Lu clan being exiled, my Lost Clan did not help at all. Lu Yin quickly explained, that was Reverend Xiaoyin's conspiracy. Grand Empyrean acted arbitrarily and had nothing to do with the Lost Clan or the Six Paths Guild. Grand Elder Shangu sighed. The Six Paths Guild owes Dao Master Lu an explanation for the matter of Reverend Xiaoyin being a spy. If it wasn't for you, no one would have been able to expose Reverend Xiaoyin. Now that I think about it, Reverend Xiaoyin had instigated the Six Paths Guild's relationship several times. The war between my lost clan and the reincarnation spacetime, the friction between the void god spacetime and the reincarnation spacetime, they were all caused by him. How despicable. Lu Yin chatted with Grand Elder Shangu for a long time. He bowed as a junior and spoke as an equal as a Dao master. He was already very familiar with the change of identity. What does your Lu clan plan to do about Madman Lu? Grand Elder Shangu suddenly asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. We will think of a way to deal with the traitor of the Lu clan. That crazy woman, Grand Empyrean, wants to protect Madman Lu because of her own selfishness? Impossible. Grand Elder Shangu's expression turned solemn. Don't underestimate Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin nodded. Of course not. After all, she is from the same generation as the progenitor. Even ancestor Lu Yuan is younger than her. Grand Elder Shangu retracted his gaze and sighed. If possible, I hope that you can coexist peacefully with Grand Empyrean. Although she has a selfish side, she also has a selfless side. You also participated in the Tea Party. Grand Empyrean is extremely respectful to the heroes who died fighting for humanity. Those who can participate in the Tea Party are not necessarily extremely strong. There are also those who have made contributions. Lu Yin pondered. Grand Empyrean's attitude during the Tea Party had not been an act. She really cared about those who had sacrificed themselves and was fighting for humanity against the everlasting race. She had a side that was respected by everyone. If not for this, the 6 parties would not have been able to unite. Moreover, after the Lu family had been exiled, Grand Empyrean had strictly forbidden anyone from the 6 parties to enter the primordial space. Although she hated the primordial space, she had not done anything to it. If not for Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's instigation, many things would not have happened. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. What was that crazy woman thinking? Grand Elder Shangu looked at Lu Yin's troubled expression and laughed. Dao Master Lu, you don't need to think about it. Just leave the matter of Grand Empyrean to ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Yin smiled. That was right. How to deal with Grand Empyrean was not something he could consider. Only ancestor Lu Yuan could. Although he was the master of the primordial space, the Grand Empyrean and the others did not acknowledge him. Instead, they acknowledged ancestor Lu Yuan. Lu Yin would leave Grand Empyrean to ancestor Lu Yuan, and he would have to think of a way to deal with Madman Lu. After leaving the Lost Clan, Lu Yin directly returned to the Above Heaven sect. Wei Rong was waiting for him in the main hall. Greetings, Dao Master. Wei Rong bowed deeply when he saw Lu Yin. As one of Lu Yin's strategists, Wei Rong's attitude was much better than Wang Wen's. Lu Yin nodded and had Wei Rong take a seat. You've worked hard on the 4-way scales. I haven't had the time to explain everything to you. Wei Rong smiled. It was nothing. The 4-way scales can't compare to my Above Heaven sect, and they can't compare to Dao Master at all. I merely hastened their downfall. Lu Yin looked at him. Back then you said that you wanted to give me a surprise. What kind of surprise? Wei Rong smiled bitterly. The Wang family's yellow spring water was the surprise that I wanted to give to Dao Master. However, before I could carry it out, Dao Master led the Lu family back, and everything that belonged to the Wang family became my Above Heaven sects. There was no need for me to act. How did you know about the Wang family's yellow spring water? Lu Yin was curious. He had only found out about it after infiltrating the frigid Immortal sect, which was a huge risk. Wei Rong explained, and Lu Yin understood. He then looked at Wei Rong with a strange gaze. This was a honey trap. The woman from the Wang family's branch was called Wang Man, and she had taken a liking to Wei Rong, who had just gone to the starry sky of the trees. After Wei Rong found out about her identity, the two hit it off. The woman had gotten drunk and unintentionally revealed some of the Wang family's secrets, especially the yellow spring water. Wang Man didn't know that it was called the yellow spring water. She only said that it was a liquid that was produced in the Wang family's mainland and that it was a top secret of the Wang family. I only found out about the yellow spring water after I married into the Wang family's branch, Wei Rong explained. Lu Yin nodded. So you wanted to give me the yellow spring water as a surprise? Wei Rong smiled. With Dao Master's abilities, how could you not know about the yellow spring water? I wanted to bring all of the yellow spring water produced by the Wang family as a surprise for Dao Master. Chapter 2851. If someone else had said that, Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have believed it. The Wang family was one of the four direction scales and had more than one ancestor realm. How could they take away the Yellow Springs water? However, since it was Wei Rong who said it, Lu Yin could somewhat believe it. Sometimes, a smart brain was more reliable than strength. Lu Yin stood up. No matter what, you revealed the location of Wang Jian and the others, which was a surprise for me. Otherwise they would have escaped. You did well. Wei Rong hurriedly stood up and bowed. This is all thanks to Wang Wen. If he didn't control the coordinates to the Sixth Direction Guild, even if he revealed the location, they would still be able to escape. I don't dare to take credit for it. It's all the same. You and he both contributed, Lu Yin praised. Recruiting Wang Wen and Wei Rong had been the best decision that Lu Yin had ever made. Of these two, one was adept at planning and planning as a whole, while the other was adept at scheming and crafty, and could deal a fatal blow to his enemies. Their addition to the team had saved Lu Yin a lot of worry. How are the chess pieces? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Wei Rong straightened up. They were released. Lu Yin nodded and his eyes flashed. Then let's wait for the end. In the following period of time, the Sixth Direction Guild became calm. The endless battlefield was the same as before, and the eternal race didn't increase or decrease their attacks. The captain of the True God Guard was also gradually known by the primordial space. Old Ancestor Lu Yuan had been trying to save Ancestor Ku while Lu Tianyi guarded the starry sky tree to prevent the eternal race from suddenly attacking the other side of the battlefield. The Lu family returned to the starry sky tree. Zhou was in the sky above the fifth mainland and everything seemed peaceful. However, Lu Yi knew that a storm was about to come. After countless years, the one who had fought the eternal race the most was old ancestor Lu Tianyi. He had warned Lu Yin that the eternal race had always maintained a certain balance. This balance might have been a balance of strength or a balance that they recognized. Now, the Lu family's sudden return had broken this balance, and the eternal race would definitely make a move. They would definitely think of a way to maintain this balance. If they couldn't deal with the Lu family, they would attack from other places. Lu Tianyi told Lu Yin to be careful and also told Lu Yin to warn the Sixth Direction Guild. Void Master and the others agreed with old ancestor Lu Tianyi's words. They had also fought the eternal race for a long time. Everyone was waiting for the eternal race's move. After Lu Yin warned Void Master and the others, he had a strange feeling that the Eternals might have made a move, but the Sixth Direction Society might not have done so either. As the master of the origin space, if the Hexagon Society made any moves, they would definitely inform him. However, he had not received any notification, which made him uneasy. Whether it was the Everlasting Race or the Hexagon Society, their actions would inevitably affect the origin space. For this reason, he went to ask Void Master, Grand Elder Dan Gu and the others. His questions were clear and he received a clear answer. The Sixth Direction Association was indeed going to make a move, but it was only limited to those who had reached the sequence laws. Those who had not reached that level would not be able to participate. Lu Yin understood that Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi must have known, but they had not told him. Although he was the master of the primordial space in the eyes of these sovereigns, the true master of the primordial space was still ancestor Lu Yuan. This was normal as Lu Yin really couldn't participate in a battle at that level right now. The reason why Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others didn't tell him was because they didn't want him to recklessly interfere. It was too dangerous. Lu Yin finally understood what it felt like to be protected. Even if the sky collapsed, Lu Yuan and the others would be there to hold it up. No matter what happened in the outside world, no matter how serious it was, Lu Yin didn't need to know because it wasn't something that he needed to bear. After Lu Yin returned to the Above the Sky sect, he thought about it and decided to go to Lu Tianjing to see Lu Tianyi. He wanted to make sure that the Hexagon Society's actions wouldn't affect his plans. The Everlasting Race planned an attack on the Grand Empyrean's Tea Party and my Above the Sky sect. We naturally have to return the favor, Lu Tianyi said. Lu Yin was shocked. Attack the Everlasting Race? Lu Tianyi's gaze deepened. How deep are the Everlasting Race's waters? Even after so many years, we still haven't figured it out. Recklessly attacking the Everlasting Race might bring us great misfortune. However, even if we don't attack the Everlasting Race, we can still remove their claws. He looked at Lu Yin. As the master of the origin space, you should be informed of this matter. However, the Patriarch said that since you are the master of the origin space, you are also a child of the Lu family. You are still young, so you don't need to bear this burden. Do what you want to do. In the patriarch's words, even if you don't like the Grand Empyrean and call her a crazy woman, the patriarch will take care of it. Zhou Xian, enjoy your life. Before we die, the Lu family doesn't need you to take care of it. Do what you want to do. Even if the sky collapses, we will hold it up. After so many years, you must be tired. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lu Tianyi. He knew that the Lu family wanted to make it up to him, but after so many years he had taken one step at a time to reach his current position. His nerves were too tense and it was difficult for him to relax. Even in his dreams he hoped that someone would shoulder everything for him so that he could become the carefree Lu Xiaoxian who only loved delicious food. However, when that day really came, he wasn't used to it. How many people had schemed against him? How many people had humiliated him? He had relied on his own strength to get to where he was now. In the early days, the strength of the Day-Night clan had been unforgettable. Now Elder Mo, Reverend Shaoyin, the 7 sky gods, and other powerhouses were constantly threatening him. However, it seemed like he didn't need to shoulder all of this. For a moment he was actually a little confused and didn't know what he should do. Should he do what he wanted to do? Lu Yin sat at the back mountain of the Above the Sky sect and looked into the distance. What did he want to do now? Cultivate quietly and reach the progenitor realm? Or travel around the world and teach anyone who had a grudge against him a lesson? This idea seemed very tempting, but who did he dislike? The Yuan sage had been killed by him and Reverend Shaoyin's identity had been exposed. Who else could it be? That's right, the Pearl of Destiny. Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask if the Pearl of Destiny was in the Lu family. In any case, there was one in the 6th mainland, so he should bring it back. He might not be able to do it on his own, and there were many progenitors in the Above the Sky sect. If he brought a few with him, he was afraid that he would be surrounded by the Eternals and start a war. In that case, he would look for Lu Tianyi. Lu Yin contacted Lu Tianyi and found out that Lu Tianyi and Lu Yuan had tried to revive Ancestor Ku and had just entered. Lu Yin could only wait. A month passed and a youth arrived outside the Above Sky sect. He looked nervous as he knelt down and asked to be Lu Yin's disciple. This was a very common scene. Every day, countless people would ask to be Lu Yin's disciple, saying how talented they were or who Lu Yin was an old friend. However, these people could not even enter the Above the Sky sect. Indeed, many talented cultivators appeared outside the Above the Sky sect. Most of them thought of ways to join the Above the Sky sect, taking one step at a time. There were some who wanted to be Lu Yin's disciple directly, but Lu Yin did not know of their existence. It was impossible for them to reach the top in a single step. The Above the Sky sect was never a place that lacked material, especially for people like Wu Da. He liked to interview people around the Above the Sky sect and obtain valuable news through their narratives. Wu Da's cultivation had not improved much since he had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. However, the scale of the media he had established was huge. Because he and Lu Yin were both students of the Astral Combat Academy, few people on the 5th mainland would refuse to interview him. He had even interviewed Chen Lu. Why do you think that you can be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wu Da asked as an excited child waved his arms. Because I have an innate gift. My innate gift is very powerful. What kind of innate gift? The innate gift of making people listen to me. Wu Da's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked the people around him to take a close-up shot of the child. You're saying that you have an innate gift of making people listen to you? I've never heard of it before. Is it really that powerful? Can you demonstrate it for me? The child raised his head high. It's simple. He took out a pile of star essence from his cosmic ring and tossed it to a passerby. Here, raise it up high. The passerby was stunned. Wu Da was stunned. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The child glared at the passerby. Raise it up high. The passerby looked at the star essence and greed flashed through his eyes. He obediently picked up the child and raised him up high. The child laughed proudly. See how obedient he is. How is my innate gift? Will Master Lu accept me as a disciple? Wu Da's face twitched. After interviewing so many people, he had been nailed to the pillar of shame today. Many people stifled their laughter. This was just a child, a rich child at that. Not long after, Wu Da interviewed someone else. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? I graduated from the Astral Combat Academy. Wu Da's eyes lit up. Continue. I entered the top 10 of the Astral Combat Academy tournament, and I'm already a member of the Youth Council. I'm a candidate for the strongest person in the younger generation. Not bad, Wuda praised. You have a good chance. Thank you. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Cute. Wuda was speechless. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? My name is Tuol Lin and I'm from the reincarnation space-time. Wuda was stunned and then his eyes burned with passion. Reincarnation space-time? Many people looked over. The Genesis Space and the Hexagon Society had already interacted. Some of the Hexagon Society's businessmen had tried their best to come to the Genesis Space, and the Genesis Space had also actively interacted with the Hexagon Society. There were already people who could travel between the two sides. However, there were still very few of them. A reincarnation space-time had suddenly appeared, and everyone was naturally surprised. This person actually wanted to become a disciple of a sect above. Wuda's sharp senses told him that this was big news, and all the cameras focused on the youth. Tuol Lin, right? Hey, you don't seem to have any cultivation. Everyone could see that this youth did not seem to have cultivated. No, he did not cultivate. The youth's face flushed red. With so many people looking at him, he silently lowered his head. Yes, I don't cultivate. Everyone lost interest. Why would a youth who did not cultivate want to become a disciple of Master Lu? Not to mention Master Lu, any sect in the Fifth Mainland would not accept him. However, Wuda's thoughts were different. This youth did not cultivate, so how did he come here? Why did he come to the Above Sky sect? This was the Above Sky sect even though the youth was currently in a spacecraft. Why do you think that you will be accepted as a disciple by Master Lu? Wuda asked again. Tuol Lin raised his head and looked at the enormous Above Sky sect with determination. I must become a disciple of Master Lu. Why? Wuda asked again. Chapter 2852. Tuol Lin thought for a moment. Willpower. Wuda laughed. Do you know how many people have tried to move Master Lu with their willpower, but they have never succeeded? Some people have been kneeling outside the Celestial sect for years. Perhaps Master Lu doesn't even know about it. It's too common. Tuol Lin was silent. He did not know how to become a disciple and he had only come because of his hot-bloodedness. Wuda shook his head. I hope you succeed. Tuol Lin's voice was low. Thank you. Wuda was right. Lu Yin did not know about the people kneeling outside. Until now, because of his identity as an array master, Ku Wei was considered his disciple. Aside from Ku Wei, he had no other disciples. With his strength, he could naturally accept a disciple, but he had never thought of doing so. After all, he was still young and had a lot of troublesome matters to deal with. Even if he did accept a disciple, he should be like Mr. Mu and accept a disciple who could amaze him. Did such a person exist in the universe? Tuol Lin had come to the Genesis space from the reincarnation space-time, and similarly, there were people from the Genesis space who had gone to the reincarnation space-time. Xianxia was one of them. In order to avoid Lu Yin, he had tried his best to leave. Finally, after swindling and spending all his savings, he had found someone who could take him to the reincarnation space-time, and he had been taken there. Looking at the endless grassland, Xianxia shouted excitedly, I've finally left and escaped that misfortune. A group of people looked at him strangely. Some of them recognized Xianxia. After all, if he had the money to go to the reincarnation space-time from the Genesis space, his status was not simple. Seeing Xianxia so excited, someone joked, Old faker, you still want to escape? You're doing the opposite. Old faker, you can't stay in the Genesis space anymore. Everyone be careful. This old faker's fortune-telling is the opposite. Don't be tricked by him in the reincarnation space-time. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was furious. What do you know? Grandpa Jiu has never failed in his fortune-telling. It's just that the time is not right. Bah. The others were disdainful. Xianxia gritted his teeth and retrieved the wooden pole from his cosmic ring. When he saw the words Starsabil's Grandpa Jiu, he felt that something was off. Starsabil was very famous in the Fifth Mainland, but that might not be the case in this reincarnation space-time. After thinking about it, he coughed and stayed away from that group of people. He found a city to enter and tried his best to inquire about it. He heard that there were many famous goddesses in the reincarnation space-time. The most famous one was a woman named Yao Lan. It was said that she was one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints. She was the eldest disciple of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. Xianxia originally wanted to change Starsabil's Grandpa Jiu to Yao Lan's Grandpa Jiu, but after some thought he decided against it. It was said that Lotus Reverend's disciples were all over the Six Directions Society, and Yao Lan was not someone to be trifled with. Xianxia continued to ask around, and finally after a long time he managed to obtain some information. On the surface, the master of the hyperspace dimension was called Bai Qian. This woman was in the hyperspace dimension, but her name had spread throughout the Six Directions Society and many people knew of her. That was more appropriate. Bai Qian was not here, but he had a reputation which made him the most suitable candidate. Furthermore, Lu Yin seemed to have seen this Bai Qian before. His name was so familiar and he even seemed to be related to Starsabil. Let's not think about it anymore. Xianxia made a prompt decision and changed Starsabil's Grandpa Gio from the wooden pole to Bai Qian's Grandpa Gio. He openly slung the pole over his shoulder and began his journey through the reincarnation spacetime. Time continued to pass and soon more than a month had passed. On this day the progenitor's origin tribulation appeared on the fifth mainland. Lu Yin and the others walked out one by one and looked into the distance. Big Sis is finally breaking through. Previously the invasion of the Eternals had interrupted Big Sis' breakthrough, and the return of the Lu family had also caused Big Sis' desire to sweep through the four-direction scales to fail. This breakthrough was the icing on the cake, and it would increase the number of powerhouses in the Above Heaven sect. The Netherworld progenitor was an extremely powerful progenitor from the second mainland during the era of the Above Heaven sect. Even the master of the third mainland, Gu Yizhi, had been excited by the Netherworld progenitor's assistance. One could only imagine how powerful the Netherworld progenitor had been during that era. As long as Big Sis completely recovered the Netherworld progenitor's strength, the Above Heaven sect would soar once again and approach that glorious era. Figures appeared one after another and they all looked into the distance. The range of the progenitor's origin tribulation continued to expand. Lu Bujing and the others had all arrived, as well as Lung Qing, Lu Yun and the others. Is the Netherworld progenitor returning to the progenitor realm, or has she recovered her previous strength? Lu Bujing could not understand. This was also what Lu Yin was thinking, but he could not understand either. Logically speaking, Big Sis should have recovered her progenitor realm's strength, but she was about to undergo the origin tribulation, and from the looks of it, this tribulation was not simple. Within the range of the origin tribulation, Big Sis's expression was solemn, and her eyelids twitched as a strong sense of unease enveloped her. Since the era of the Above Heaven sect until now, why had she become like this? She had never had an answer to this question. If she had been sealed, her strength should still be there, and if she had been beaten down, she should have been seriously injured. However, she had nothing, and she had even left behind the Yo secret symbol, a shortcut to recovering her strength. The only problem was the evil scripture. The evil scripture controlled others to search for something, but did this search have anything to do with her? As the origin tribulation was about to appear, Big Sis's mind was filled with these thoughts. She had an uncontrollable feeling that something bad was about to happen. Everyone was waiting for the progenitor's origin tribulation to descend. Finally, they saw a river flowing down from the origin tribulation. The others were at a loss, unable to understand this river, but Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. The river of time? He had never dreamed that Big Sis's origin tribulation would cause the river of time to appear first. Big Sis had the power to control time? Her inner world was related to time? Lu Yin's exclamation shocked everyone and they stared blankly. Was that the river of time? Since ancient times, it had been said that time was formless, but it could also be tangible. It could be a gust of wind or a river. Now they saw that time was actually a river. Big Sis was also stunned, and then countless memories flashed through her mind. Her pupils shrank as she cried out, "I remember now. It's over." Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. In the starry sky of trees, Patriarch Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the fifth continent. Not good. Can he stay here? He stepped out of the fifth continent and arrived in the blink of an eye. The river of time. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly when he saw Lu Yuan arrive. Patriarch. Lu Yuan stared into the distance. She didn't lose her cultivation, but it was robbed by time. What do you mean? Lu Yin was uneasy. Lu Yuan said solemnly, "I told you before that in the Above Heaven era, the progenitor did not allow anyone to reverse time. He used the progenitor's sword to suppress the entire Genesis space. Time can flow, but it cannot be reversed. Otherwise there will be a price to pay." If she lost her cultivation or started cultivating again, she wouldn't have caused the river of time. She must have violated a taboo in that era, but she did not have the power to protect herself. Lu Yin stared blankly at Lu Yuan. You mean Big Sis reverse time? Lu Yuan nodded. I don't know why she did that, but without the power of the three realms' 6 Daoists, reversing time is suicide. It's a miracle that she was able to survive in this era, but her cultivation was robbed by time. If she wants to return to her peak, she must enter the river of time. Whether she can survive or not is one thing, but she can't stay in this era. She will be cut off from this era. Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. Big Sis wants to cut off from this era? Not appear again? No, she's Big Sis, his family. She's the one who brought him through life. She's one of the closest people to him. Patriarch, is there any way to help her? Even if she has no cultivation, it's fine. Lu Yin was anxious. Lu Yuan sighed. Every space-time has its own rules. Time is the most basic rule. If anyone can reverse time, that space-time would have collapsed long ago. The Patriarch saw it clearly. No matter what happens, time will not be reversed. He's afraid that he can't bear the price. No one is an exception. The river of time has appeared. Even if she gives up her cultivation, she will be swept away by it. Maybe in an instant or billions of years she will be completely erased by time. She can also appear in the distant future. No one can say for sure. That's the price. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Within the range of the origin tribulation, the river of time swept over, and Big Sis had no way of stopping it. The moment she was swept into the river of time, she looked at Lu Yin and forced a smile. I'm sorry, little seven. I thought that I could help you, but fortunately the Lu family has returned. Seeing Big Sis being swept into the river of time, Lu Yin's pupils shrank. You can't leave. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Light flew out and pointed at the river of time. Lu Yuan was shocked. Little seven, stop. Lu Yin shouted, Patriarch, help me. Lu Yuan's hand that was about to grab Lu Yin stopped. This was the first time Lu Yin had asked him for help. For the Lu family, Lu Yin had endured too much. From Lu Xiaoxian to Lu Yin, from a carefree young man to the ruthless pathmaster of the above heaven sect. He had changed his entire life for the Lu family. The Lu family's debt to him made it difficult for Lu Yuan to act. Lu Yin chased after the river of time with light. This was his second inner world, where he chased after time with space. Big Sis was engulfed by the river of time and disappeared in an instant. No one could see her except for Lu Yin, who had used the moment when the river of time had completely disappeared to enter the void. Lu Yuan's gaze turned ferocious. Master, you've stopped me once, but don't even think about stopping me this time. He raised a hand and slammed down with his palm, causing the general appointment platform to crash down. It forcefully suppressed the final splashes of the river of time and fixed the river of time, which should have disappeared in the void. At that moment, Lu Yin entered the river of time. Light flickered as he stepped on time. His surroundings were filled with various scenes that he couldn't see clearly. Big Sis. Big Sis turned around in shock. Little seven, go back. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Hold on to me, Big Sis. Big Sis's eyes reddened. There was no time to hesitate. A huge black shadow stood up behind her. It was Big Sis, who had been enlarged countless times. She was dressed in black and had the fragrance of an orchid in an empty valley. She was like a poisonous spider lily blooming. Powerful progenitor power swept out, causing the river of time to ripple. This was the true netherworld progenitor. Chapter 2853. The moment she entered the river of time, she recovered her cultivation. Her cultivation was erased in time and found again in time. But so what if she found it? In the past, the netherworld progenitor did not have the ability to reverse time, and her power was erased by the river of time. Now she also did not have the ability to walk out. But now she was not alone. She had a relative, a younger brother. She chased into the river of time without a care for her life. For this relative she would fight even if she had to die. Behind Big Sis, the huge woman in black raised both her hands and black flowers spread out around her. They bloomed on the river of time, and in an instant the river stopped. This was a step that the netherworld ancestor had achieved with his lifetime of cultivation. When a cultivator reached the extreme, they could touch time and space. Even if the netherworld progenitor did not cultivate these two powers, she could still do it. She was an extremely strong person in the second mainland and was treated as an important guest by Gu Yizhi. Lu Yin clenched his hands tightly and flickered in the opposite direction. He threw himself and Big Sis out of the river of time. Lu Yuan's eyes widened. He waved his hand and pushed away the platform. The river of time disappeared. The entire process seemed short. To Lu Yin and Big Sis it was only an instant. But in the outside world half a year had passed. Time did not target people or any species. Instead it targeted the entire universe. If time had a consciousness, the humans he knew were nothing more than a flash in the pan. Some people believed that everything in the universe was relative. Without human knowledge, the stars, meteorites, astronomical phenomena, and so on did not exist, including time. If no one counted, how could time be determined? At this moment Lu Yin and Big Sis were the ones who were confused about time. They had only been in the river of time for an instant, but half a year had passed in the outside world. During this half a year, Lu Yuan used the platform to suppress the river of time and prevent it from disappearing. That was why Lu Yin was able to rush out with Big Sis. Otherwise, how could his light travel through the river of time? Space could chase after time, but with his current strength he could not surpass the river of time. In the half a year that Lu Yin chased into the river of time, the Above Heaven sect, the Lu family and all the progenitors gathered. They were worried that he would not be able to come out. Even if he did, it would be a long time later. This included Qin Lu, who did not care about the Above Heaven sect. Without Lu Yin it would be difficult for him to stay in the starter space. Fortunately, half a year later Lu Yin returned with Big Sis. Lu Yin's arms trembled as he panted heavily. Escaping from the river of time had not been easy. The flowing light was an inner world that he had formed from space, which meant that he had unleashed the power of space beyond his limits. If he had not broken through to the half-ancestor realm, he would not have been able to do so. Big Sis suddenly grabbed Lu Yin's collar and glared at him. "Who asked you to save me? Do I need you to save me?" Lu Yin looked at Big Sis and she looked back at him. "Sis, image." Big Sister coughed and let go of her hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If it affects me and I can't get married, I'll skin you alive." Lu Yin was speechless. It would be strange if someone like you could get married. In the distance, old ancestor Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't the era of the Above Heaven. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop the river of time. This brat was too impulsive. However, he was loyal and affectionate. He was a member of the Lu clan. Lu Qi hurried over. He was so nervous that his face was pale. "Xiaoqi, are you okay?" Lu Yin looked at Lu Qi's worried expression and felt somewhat apologetic. Heizij Lian and the others had arrived a long time ago. When they saw the two of them, they hurried over, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. Big Sis joked around with them, acting as if the river of time couldn't do anything to her. This caused Heizij Lian to constantly pat her on the shoulder. Lu Yin laughed. Big Sis had already recovered the Netherworld ancestors' memories and cultivation, but her personality had not changed. Her interactions with Leon's armada had not changed either. Perhaps she had been like this during the era of the Above Heaven. Lu Yin did not have many relatives, but Big Sis and the others were definitely one of them. He would do his best to protect them. "Xiaoqi, don't do such things in the future. It's too dangerous," old ancestor Lu Yuan said. Lu Qi agreed. "That's right, Xiaoqi. There are some things in the universe that even progenitors cannot touch. It's too dangerous." Lu Yin nodded and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan gratefully. "Thank you for your help, old ancestor. She's my sister and I can't just watch her disappear." Lu Yuan stared into the distance and smiled. "The Netherworld ancestor is your elder sister?" Interesting. Back then in the era of the Above Heaven sect, she didn't find my Lu clan pleasing to the eye. My Lu clan didn't have any interactions with her. I didn't expect that after so many years she would become one of the people closest to you. Big Sis arrived and bowed. "Ancestor Yuan, it's been a long time." Lu Yuan looked at her. "It has indeed been a long time. I can't even remember when we last met." Big Sis smiled mischievously. "When I spoke ill of your Lu family in front of old ancestor Mavis." Lu Yin blinked. Old ancestor Lu Yuan was stunned. "You spoke ill of us back then?" Big Sis nodded. "Many people back then didn't like the Lu family, including that despicable Su Wangtian. I remember that someone in your Lu family once said something." She paused and looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. "I like it when you don't like me, but you can't kill me." Lu Yin looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan. These words really deserved a beating. Why did he feel like he had thought of something similar before? Isn't that what I said? Do we know each other? Lu Qi was confused. Lu Yin was speechless. Old ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. That's my famous saying. So that's why you don't like my Lu family. Big Sis shrugged. It's not just me. Many people don't like the Lu family because of that, but it's different now. Those people are either dead or missing, but the Lu family is still alive and well. Old ancestor Yuan, your famous saying has been passed down since the era of the above heaven. Ah, whoever doesn't like my Lu family can just die. What does it have to do with me? Old ancestor Lu Yuan laughed. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. No wonder the Lu family was hated. If the old ancestor was like this, then the rest of the Lu family was probably the same. His own father Lu Qi had said the same thing. Sometimes the 4 cardinal scales rebelled because they were angered by the Lu family. It didn't take long for everyone to disperse. Old ancestor Lu Yuan left to find a way to save the desolate ancestor. Lu Qi left to guard the 100,000 waterways. Lu Tianyi didn't come as he stayed in the astral tree. Only Lu Yin and the nether ancestor were left. Leon's armada and the others were far away. Big Sis stretched in distress. I owe you a big favor this time. I don't know how to repay it. Lu Yin smiled. Just work for me. Big Sis glared at him. Did I say it was you? It's your family's old ancestor Yuan. Big Sis rolled her eyes when she saw Lu Yin's puzzled expression. Do you think it's easy to stop the river of time? He paid a price that's even greater than fighting someone of the same level. Lu Yin naturally knew that old ancestor Yuan couldn't even save his own son in the era of the above heaven. Although the era was different, the river of time was definitely not easy to deal with, not to mention stopping it for half a year. With old ancestor Yuan's strength, he didn't need to use his innate gift unless he was facing a powerhouse of the 3 realms 6 Daoists. However, in order to stop the river of time, he used the general pointing platform, which could be considered a part of his trump card. The price he paid was naturally not small. Big Sis, you don't need to repay this favor. I'm the one who asked old ancestor for help, Lu Yin said. Big Sis sneered at Lu Yin. Good, now you've learned how to talk back to your Big Sis? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay back favors? Do I need you to pay for me? Are you looking down on me? I didn't help you sweep the 4 cardinal scales. You don't care who I am anymore, do you? Lu Yin smiled. Of course not, but, no buts. I'll pay back what I owe. As your beloved Big Sis, what do you owe? I'll help you pay it back. Big Sis patted her chest proudly. Her cultivation had returned, and there weren't many in the universe who could fight the nether ancestor. Lu Yin thought about it seriously. Big Sis didn't rush him. After a while, Lu Yin looked at Big Sis. I want to save Yen'er. Big Sis was stunned. You didn't ask old ancestor Yuan for help? Lu Yin repeated old ancestor Lu Yuan's words. Big Sis heard it and felt awkward. Actually, I haven't fully recovered my strength. You know the river of time. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I understand. After all, you haven't reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Daoists. Big Sis blushed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder solemnly. Little Seven, don't worry. I'll do my best. Once I'm confident, I'll save Yen, or even if I have to eat. Oh, Lu Yin nodded. Oh right, what happened back then? How did you become like this? Big Sis was furious at the mention of this. The undying god is right. I was tricked by that bastard Suwangdong. Lu Yin was curious. What's the details? Big Sister gritted her teeth in anger. Back then, when the war in the 3rd continent was getting intense, a huge tree appeared. That tree could bring people to the primeval city. Many people wanted to go there. Su Wangtian, I, and some other experts of that era all tried to capture that tree. That bastard Su Wangtian tricked me and kicked me off the tree. Preposterous, that bastard. That bastard. Big Sis was furious. I can choose not to go. Even if I die in the 3rd mainland, it's my choice. But I can't fall into that bastard's trap. That bastard kicked me. She paused and coughed. That bastard wants to go to Immortal City? No way. I wanted to reverse the river of time and go back to the previous second to avoid the fate of being kicked down by Su Wangtian. At this point she sighed deeply. As you know, in that era reversing the river of time was quite difficult and not allowed. Just like that, I fell into the river of time and couldn't come out. I lost my cultivation and memories in the river of time. In the end, I could only maintain my instincts and fall into this era. The river of time is a macroscopic concept. The power lost in the river of time may appear in the past or the future. The evil scripture appeared a long time ago. You know what happened after that? Chapter 2854. Lu Yin understood. No wonder Big Sis was so angry at the mention of Su Wangtian. Not to mention her fiery temper. Even if he was kicked down from a tree by Su Wangtian, his temper would not be any better. Moreover, where did Su Wangtian kick her? He glanced at her. Big Sis gritted her teeth, still immersed in her anger at Su Wangtian. That bastard, she must chase him to Immortal City and tear his tendons apart. Then what about Yo? What happened? That's a backup plan I left behind before the war in the Third Mainland to prevent dying on the battlefield. Smart. Of course. Big Sis, is Su Wangtian very powerful? Lu Yin asked. Big Sis clenched her fists. Although I don't want to admit it, that bastard is extremely shameless and sinister. The strength he displayed was definitely not his true strength. Otherwise he would not have kicked me down. At that time, everyone was on guard against each other and I could not have trusted him, but he was still able to kick me down. Lu Yin understood. This was yet another treacherous fellow. Why did you have to go to Immortal City? Lu Yin was curious. Big Sis frowned and thought for a moment. The primogenitor said that Immortal City has a power that leads to the progenitor realm. Lu Yin's eyes widened. A power above the progenitor realm? Big Sis looked at Lu Yin. Everyone is sure that the progenitor realm is the end of human cultivation, but you should know that there are strong and weak progenitors. The weakest progenitor cannot defeat you and the strongest progenitor cannot even fight back. Since there are strong and weak progenitors, why are they all called progenitors? Because the progenitor realm is not the absolute limit. The primogenitor is not a progenitor. Although he is known as a progenitor and is called a primogenitor, everyone in our era agreed that a primogenitor is definitely not a progenitor. The 3 realms and 6 Daoists are already the limit of the progenitor realm, and a primogenitor's strength is not something that the 3 realms and 6 Daoists can imagine. He is beyond the progenitor realm. Lu Yin understood. The Lost Tribe has an ancient card that surpasses the progenitor realm. Big Sister had a serious expression on her face. The war between the humans and the Eternals has lasted for many years. Back in our time, the Eternals weren't taken seriously at all. It wasn't until the destruction of the first continent and the disappearance of the progenitors and the 3 realms and 6 Daoists that the Eternals revealed their fangs. Lu Yin asked anxiously, why is this happening? What happened back then? Big Sister shook her head. Everything happened too quickly. By the time we reacted, the first continent had already been destroyed, followed by the 4th continent. We participated fully in the Battle of the Zhou River in the 3rd continent. At that time we had the assistance of the extraterrestrial experts. It was during the Battle of the Zhou River that I was kicked off the tree by Su Wangtian, reversing time and ending up like this. Alright, did old ancestor Yuan say anything? Lu Yin shook his head. Of course he had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan about this, but the Patriarch had been unwilling to tell him too much. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that this matter involved the limits of humanity's current understanding of the power system, and that a power that surpassed the progenitor realm had descended. This power had caused the first mainland to shatter. The Patriarch was afraid that if he told him, it would cause him to change his power system and ultimately change his path. Where's the primogenitor? Is he dead? Since you've asked old ancestor Yuan, don't ask me. How could I know more than old ancestor Yuan? Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Patriarch Lu Yuan was certain that the primogenitor was still alive, but where was he? Immortal City? What kind of place was Primeval City to the Eternals? If there were many human powerhouses in the Immortal City, why didn't they counterattack the Eternal City? Hing Clan? With Lu Yin's cultivation as a half-ancestor, this was all he could know. Any more would have to wait until he broke through to the progenitor realm. Patriarch Lu Yuan had said that Lu Yin's path would only be stable after he broke through to the progenitor realm. At that time, Patriarch Lu Yuan would tell Lu Yin everything he knew. Not long after Lu Yin separated from Big Sis. Above the heavens, the Netherworld ancestor had gained another powerful fighting force. Now, the Above the Heavens and the Lu family had a total of 12 progenitors. Excluding Lu Yin, Hellworm had also slipped away and was hiding somewhere. In terms of numbers, the heavens had surpassed the reincarnation spacetime, which had lost Yuan Sage sanctification and Shaoyin divinity. The reincarnation spacetime was undoubtedly the strongest in the Six Direction Society. The reincarnation spacetime had Battle Master Celestial and Venerate Lotus. On Lu Yin's side he had Patriarch Lu Tianyi, Netherworld Ancestor, Senior Brother Wuxia, and Crazy Dean Xiaochen, who had taken a different path of cultivation. Elder Chan could also use the power of the 3 Yang ancestral qi and borrow Patriarch Lu Tianyi's strength. If the primordial space and the reincarnation spacetime really fought a decisive battle, Patriarch Lu Yuan would hold back the Grand Empyrean, and the reincarnation spacetime would definitely lose. Lu Yin also had outside help from the Six Directions Society. No matter how he looked at it, his side was the strongest among all the known parallel universes. Once Lu Bujing and the others broke through to the progenitor realm, Lu Yin could really look forward to the glorious era of the above the heavens. Everything had its pros and cons. The primordial space's strength would naturally attract the attention of the Eternals. In the upcoming battle with the Eternals, the primordial space would no longer be able to allow the Six Directions Society to stand at the front. That direction. On the 6th mainland, Fate Maiden pointed in a direction. Lu Yin and Lu Tianyi were beside her. Lu Yin had invited Lu Tianyi to accompany him to the 6th mainland to search for Stargazing Tower. Destiny had always been a thorn in his heart. Both Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi wanted to find out where it was. They already knew how to revive the desolate god, and both the Above the Heavens and the Lu family were searching for human-shaped source boxes. Now that they were searching for Destiny's bead, the powerhouses of the Above the Heavens era might appear one by one. Lu Tianyi led Lu Yin in the direction that Fate Maiden had pointed. The 6th mainland was the territory of the Eternals, but with Lu Tianyi leading the way, Lu Yin and Fate Maiden were not afraid at all. Compared to the Eternals, Fate Maiden was more concerned about Lu Tianyi. During the Above the Heavens era, Lu Tianyi had been a Daoist just like Chu Yuan, He Luo Mavis and the others. Now he was an ancestor of the Lu family who was second only to Patriarch Lu Yuan, and Fate Maiden could sense his strength. As a cultivator of destiny, Fate Maiden had a unique way of sensing each person's strength, and Lu Tianyi was one of the few powerful individuals she could sense. This unfathomable aura reminded her of her master, Destiny. It was laughable that Lu Tianyi had actually given her an aura that was similar to her master's. This was impossible as Lu Tianyi could never reach her master's level. However, this feeling was constantly pressuring her. With Lu Tianyi leading the way, the 3 quickly arrived at the location that Fate Maiden had pointed out. They saw it, the Daoist sect. During the Above the Heavens era, 4 mainlands had been destroyed, and only the 5th and 6th mainlands had survived until the very end. The 5th mainland had relied on the Lu family to survive, and it had given birth to Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Ku and other outstanding individuals. As for how the 6th mainland had survived until the very end, Lu Yin did not know. However, the 6th mainland should not have been weak, or else it would not have been able to fight against the 5th mainland, even with the help of the Eternals. The 6th mainland's powerful cultivators and their descendants had all been transferred to the 5th mainland's outerverse, and the Daoist sect had also been moved away. Back then, Kuei Luo had barged into the 6th mainland's Daoist sect. They had arrived at the primogenitor's statue and now they were looking at the ruins of the 6th mainland's Daoist sect. Lu Tianyi looked at the Daoist sect's ruins with a complicated expression. Only those who had experienced the Above the Heavens era would understand the sorrow of a decline after a period of prosperity. The Daoist sect had been the symbol of the primordial space's humans, but now, it had been reduced to a place where the Eternals nurtured corpse kings. "Are you sure it's here?" Lu Tianyi asked in a low voice. Fate Maiden nodded. "I'm sure." Lu Tianyi raised a hand and tapped out. The void distorted, and then the entire space seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force that swept out and split the Daoist sect's ruins in two. "Our former glory has come to an end." A giant figure rushed out. It was a giant progenitor corpse king from the Eternals. The corpse king charged at Lu Tianyi without any fear of death. They did not fear death either, and they raised their fists and punched out. Black gravel swirled around their fists, which was clearly an innate gift. Lu Tianyi's gaze did not even land on the corpse king. Instead, he looked into the distance and took a step forward. He brought Lu Yin and Fate Maiden along as he brushed past the corpse king. The corpse king was instantly pulverized. The progenitor corpse king had been unable to retaliate. Fate Maiden's pupils shrank as she could not understand what had just happened. Lu Yin understood what had just happened. Lu Tianyi had not attacked, and the sequence particle that he had controlled had not disappeared at all. That corpse king had been courting death by charging over and touching the sequence particle. The sequence particle was Lu Tiany's law, and it was a kind of law that was extremely destructive. As long as Lu Tiany wanted to touch it, the other party would be pulverized and there was no way to heal or recover. It was extremely tyrannical. This was Lu Tiany's law. The gap between progenitors was much greater than one could imagine. Ripples spread out and all of the corpse kings were destroyed. They willingly became corpse kings, so their deaths are not to be regretted. If they were forced to become corpse kings, then they would be freed. Little Xian, you cannot be soft-hearted when dealing with the Eternals, Lu Tiany said. Lu Yin answered, this junior understands. The ruins of the Daoist sect were extremely dilapidated, and the walls collapsed with a single touch. The area that had once represented the Sixth Mainland's peak glory had been reduced to such a state. Ancestor, is the Sixth Mainland's Dao Lord dead or alive? Lu Yin asked. The Sixth Mainland's Sapphire family did not have much of a presence. They were known as the Three Realms and the Six Daos, but there was no need to mention the Three Realms. Of the Six Daos, only the First Mainland's Dao Lord was the First Mainland's Dao Lord. The Second Mainland's Mavis family, the Third Mainland's Gu Yizhi, the Fourth Mainland's Desolate God, and the Fifth Mainland's ancestor Lu Yuan were all frequently mentioned. Only the Sixth Mainland's Sapphire family was rarely mentioned. Lu Tiany found Stargazing Tower and brought Lu Yin over. The Sapphire family is a single bloodline inheritance. This kind of inheritance ensures that every descendant of the Sapphire family will be very powerful, and there will be no weaklings. However, the weakness is also very obvious and the bloodline is easily severed. The Sapphire family's bloodline was severed because of Sky Sapphire's disappearance. Sky Sapphire's father died in battle and the ancestor went missing. Ever since then, the Sapphire family has never appeared again. Over time, everyone believed that the Sapphire family had perished. Lu Yin asked, the Sapphire's ancestor went missing? Lu Tiany looked ahead. Found him. Lu Yin looked over and saw that Stargazing Tower was right in front of him. There were no longer any eternal corpse kings in the ruins of the Daoist sect. Lu Yin walked up to Stargazing Tower and finally found it. The Lu family's pearl had been given away long ago, and its whereabouts were unknown. Since Lu Yin had found this pearl, there was only the Lu family's pearl left, and he could search for it through all of the pearls he had collected. With Lu Tiany by his side, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to retrieve the pearl. He wanted to ascend Stargazing Tower.